I did some seriously bizarre shit in the movie. So the one person who was happiest, or person who really like was the cheerleader, the rah-rah on the whole fucking show, was Jason Mewes, who didn't really have that much to do in the movie. Like Jason Mewes, Jay and Silent Bob were in the movie about as much, if not less, than they were in the first Clerks. But you would have thought Mewes was there in every scene or something. Like when we were scouting the place out, the location, because it was tough to find a location, man. It was weird. The industry to be in, I'll tell you this because you're college kids, and take this and quit school and follow my advice. The industry to be in is fast fucking food, because they never close. Like they never go out of business and shit. It's difficult to find a closed down fast food joint that we can turn into the movies that features prominently in Clerks 2. Every time we found a fast food joint that closed, we went to lease it for a few months, and fucking Wendy's would just sweep in and steal it out from under us. Like, fuck you, we're gonna biggie size it, and just take shit over. And so it was tough. It took us a few months to actually find a fast food joint. And when we did, we found this one in Buena Park, California, which is by the theme park Knott's Berry Farm, which apparently is the nation's first theme park. And somebody had, the way it's set up, I mean, you guys must have theme parks around here, so don't you? Do you? Valley Fair? Alright, so generally there's like a theme park and there's a strip where everybody's like, there's gonna be a crowd here, so we'll build shit around it, right? So like they put up like all the fast food joints. This place in Buena Park, like Knott's Berry Farm is like on the left, and then they put a bunch of fucking fast food joints up and down the strip. They built one of those medieval times, like you see in the Cable Guy. They built one of those joints. They built like a pirate's dinner theater, like where you eat your dinner and they put on a pirate show, which wasn't open when we were there, and fucking I was a little bummed. But I did take the crew to Medieval Times one night, and it was just as a wrap gift for the end of the first week. I was like, I'll take y'all to Medieval Times. And I took them as a tongue-in-cheek kind of like, let's go laugh at the show. And motherfuckers were so into it, it was insane. They sit you in different colored sections, and you root for that night. Like if you're in the green section, you root for the green night and shit like that. And they were just like, green! And meanwhile, it's faker than wrestling, Like you got dudes on horses jousting, but like they're coming at each other with long poles, and just before the pole hits, you see a guy go, oh, throw himself off, and then another dude swings a sword at him, and he takes it here under the arm, and I'm dying, that kind of shit. And I was like, this is horse shit, where's the blood? And there was none. But, so people that built around Knott's Berry had the foresight to be like, well, we'll build right on the strip, and people going to Knott's Berry will see these places and probably patronize them. We found this Burger King that was basically 100 feet off the strip on a side street. You could see Knott's Berry Farm from where this Burger King was. But it was the worst place to build the Burger King. It was the worst place in the world to pick to build something like that close proximity. It was like fucking Tantalus, where you'd be in the lake, go down to get a drink, it would fucking disappear. They had it in sight. They saw the people and shit, but they built far enough away and behind a few trees where nobody fucking went apparently, because the place closed down. And the sickest thing is they built it, and they built a massive fucking parking lot around it. The biggest parking lot I've ever seen in my life, and I have been to the Mall of America, sir. So you have this little Burger King and this massive parking lot the size of 4 fucking football fields. Ample fucking parking, as if anyone sits in Burger King and eats, But it was, whoever built the place was just like, build it that big, because they're coming. And they never did, the place shut down. So we went and scouted the place out. We got in there before Wendy's did. And as we're looking at it, it reeks of fucking piss and shit. Homeless people were fucking living in it and whatnot. Shit on the floor, mattress and whatnot. And right next door is a Days Inn motel. And I'm looking at the sign of the Days Inn motel, and the sign says $30 a night. And I was going, wow, that's pretty fucking cheap. Now, when you make movies, you've got, you bring trailers to the set so people could hang out in them and shit between takes, like the actors and cast and crew. Production works out of it if you're on location. We were going to be on location the whole time because 98% of the movie takes place in this fucking joint. So we were going to have trailers, and we had ample room for the trailers because the fucking parking lot was massive. But I said, rather than bringing trailers, I asked Laura, our line producer, I was like, wouldn't it be, do you think we could rent like the top floor rooms at the Days Inn? And do you think it'd be as much as if we had to rent trailers? And she was like, let me figure it out. She did a quick computation. She was like, it'd be roughly the same. if we rented that entire top floor that overlooks our set. And it's a motel, right? It's not a hotel. Like a hotel, you walk in the front door and you get in an elevator and go up to your room. A motel, you drive up and fuck a hooker. And this was definitely the drive up, fuck a hooker kind of motel. So, you know, it had a long porch and shit, and all the doors were outside. You entered your room from the outside and whatnot. So she was like, it would kind of work. That would make sense. And I was like, and I bet you if we rented the whole top floor, they'd probably give us a discount. So we can get the room for $15 a night. Like truly, like fucking hour rate, you know? And so she went through, made the deal, and so we had this top floor of this motel to work from. And I told Muse that we were going to be shooting down there, because where we lived was like maybe a half an hour from the set, because Muse lives in my fucking house still. So it'd be like a half hour in traffic. It would be like, you know, maybe 2 hours, because traffic gets really bad around there. So I decided that I was going to stay there all week long. The rooms were meant to just be dressing rooms, but I was like, fuck it, if I got a room, you know, I'll go down there and I'll stay overnight, because I have a hard time waking up on time and getting places on time, as you saw tonight. So I said, I'm just going to stay there all week long, and on the weekends I'll go home and shit. We'll bring the editing equipment down, I'll just edit there as well. So I go pack up my shit to go down the night before we start shooting. And, you know, put a bunch of DVDs in the car, DVD player, and shit like that, some sheets, because, you know, those sheets are, I don't know if you ever saw those 20/20 specials where they bust out the light. There's thousands of people's fucking cum all over the joint. So I brought some of my own sheets, packed up the SUV and shit, go downstairs, and Jason is standing at the door with all his fucking bags packed. And he's like, we going? And I was like, what do you mean we? You don't shoot for the whole first week. He's like, I know, but I want to go down early. I said, why? He's like, I want to get situated. I was like, what do you mean situated? He's like, we're going to live in a fucking motel, dude. And I said, yeah, it's a Days Inn motel, sir. 15 bones a night. What are you expecting? He's like, I don't give a shit, it's a motel. You know what goes on in motels? I said, I have a feeling I know what's going to go on in your motel. So we travel down and shit like that. We unpack our shit into our room and whatnot. And he's like he's like in heaven. You know, it's like taking a dog for a ride in the car. It was just so excited for a change of scenery. And he threw all his shit in his room and whatnot. I'm putting my shit in my room. Then I get the fucking knock on the door. And he's like, you want to go to Target? And I was like, yeah, I guess, why do you want to go? He's like, I want to get some shit, man. I want to pick up some new sheets, I want to pick up, you know, some fucking shampoo, toothbrush, toothpaste, I want to pick up some plants, some pictures to hang on the wall. It was like it was his first apartment, you know? Really excited, because he didn't have a college experience where he could deck out his room and shit. He's always lived either with his aunt or with me, and I don't let him do shit to my house, or in rehab, for a little while in jail. You know, places that you don't really get to kind of pull out your inner Martha Stewart and just go nuts with the room. So we go to Target and shit, and I grab a few things. Muse has 2 shopping carts side by side, just fucking dumping shit into it. 2 buckets of fucking shit that he pulls up and whatnot. And the weirdest thing was he bought incense. Like he stopped and he bought a box of incense. And I was like, what are you going to do with that? And he's like, well, what do you do with incense? I was like, yeah, I guess, but why? Why? I've never smelled incense coming from your room or anything. He's like, well, you know, $15 a night, the room kind of stinks. I was like, right on. So we got back, and since it had this kind of porch affair that overlooked the set and whatnot, overlooked the movies, Muse bought himself one of those folding beach chairs and just sat it in front of his door. He bought himself a small barbecue grill, sat it next to the other side of the door, and would just sit there with a can of Red Bull in his chair, in his chair, just the whitest of white trash, watching shit go on the set and shit, knowing that he didn't have to shoot for like 7 days. But just calling out, like, who wants a wiener? You, wiener, wiener, 3. And I was like, dude, you're really into it. He's like, it's like camp, you know? It's like, you ever been to camp? He's like, no, but it's what I imagine camp is like. So he was the real rah-rah cheerleader. Like, people just started staying at the motel the whole time. You'd imagine, like, when you're done shooting at the end of the day, people want to go back to their families and shit. People just started hanging out. Like, music, fire up the grill. People would play poker. Everyone would be getting drunk and shit like that. And he really did turn it into a camp-like affair. So much so that, like, the dude never went home, ever. Like, I'd go home on the weekends. I was like, I'm going to go back to the house. You want to go back with me? He's like, oh, fuck no. I'm living fat, you know? And when we finally wrapped up on the show, he got real sullen and shit and withdrawn. And I was just like, what's the matter? He's like, we gotta leave soon. And I was like, yeah, we're done. There's nothing left to shoot. We gotta go to Jersey and shoot for a week there. And he's like, you think this place going condo anytime soon? I was like, this fucking motel? He said, yeah, because I really like my room. I said, well, dude, if you really like the room, you could totally fucking live down here, man. He's like, I probably could, right? $15 a night? I could make that work. I was like, yeah. I said, but it's not gonna be $15. Like, once we leave, it goes back to $30 a night. He's like, $30 a night for this shithole? Fuck it, we're out of here. Difference of $15 turned like a real magical affair for him into like, fuck this place. So it just turned out to be like the best movie making experience I've ever had, better than anything else we've done. Like Jane Silent Bob Strike Back was always the funnest set we ever had, and this kind of went over the top of that. It was just a real great family affair. Let's put on a show kind of feeling. So much so that it's the first movie I ever made where I don't even give a fuck about the test screening process. Like, I don't give a fuck if I'm sitting there and there are 20 kids who are just like, fuck this movie. I'm gonna be like, yeah, fuck you. I like it makes me happy and shit. Because that's what happens. Like on Jersey Girl, you know, you're trying to cater to each time you have a test screening. Because you never test screen the same place or the same audience twice. Like, it would make sense if we showed it in Jersey and we got like 65, 70, and then did changes and then showed it to the exact same fucking audience and saw what they thought. No, you go someplace else and test it. Then that audience has a whole new set of problems with the new cut of the movie because they didn't even see the old cut. And they start asking questions like, what about this? You didn't answer this question. We're like, well, we answered it in the cut that we cut before we, you know, why weren't you there? But with the exception of everyone hating on J-Lo, like, it would change from audience to audience and whatnot. And you got like Harvey Weinstein, the chairman of Miramax, standing there listening to those people, and then people don't realize how much power that fucking test screening audience has. Like, those fucking cards they fill out, and those 20 people sitting there really can dictate how the movie ultimately turns out. Take it right out of your fucking hands, because you'll have fucking like Harvey sitting there going, you heard that fucking 16-year-old dude from Evanston, Illinois? Cut the fucking picture, you know? He said it ain't working, cut it. What's his name, Todd? Todd's right. Never met him before, but he sounds smart to me, you know? This time around, I'm so not sweating it. Like, I don't even care if they say cut it, I'm gonna be like, nah. I like it the way it is. And I just came off of like a test screening experience for the first time for a movie that wasn't mine. Like, I shot this movie up in Vancouver over the summer. I was in it, I didn't direct it. This movie called Catch and Release that Susanna Grant had written. Aaron Brockovich, she wrote Aaron Brockovich. She'd written this movie 28 days. And people are like, ooh, the zombie flick? I'm like, no, not that one. The Bullock picture, you know. And so she wrote a flick that she finally actually got to direct, and she wound up casting me in it, which was strange because I don't act, you know. I'm in movies going like, you know, not really acting, just making a blowjob face. But she'd seen, she went after, like, I guess Jack Black, because the part is a real like Jack Black and High Fidelity kind of part. And I think they went after him, and Jack Black was like, I'm way too big for this shit now. Then they went after Jason Lee, and Jason Lee was just like, I'm working on a pilot for a TV show. Might work, might not, we'll see. And then the producer on the movie, Jenna Topping's married to this dude named Chris Moore. I don't know if you ever watched Project Greenlight. He's the producer on that show, who Ben's always imitating. And he told Jenna, he's like, do you ever watch, Kevin did like An Evening with Kevin Smith, where he just stands up there and answers questions. You should watch it, because he seems like he'd be right for this character, Sam. So Jenna watched it, and she was like, oh shit, I'm gonna show Susanna. And then Susanna watched it, and Susanna was like, that's it, that's Sam, that's what I'm looking for. So I went in and fucking read for her and shit, and they gave me the part. It was trippy. And I went up and shot on somebody else's movie where I wasn't directing. It was awesome, like being on a set. And I wasn't one of those people that was like, I'd be doing it differently, you know. I could give a fuck. I was just like, I'm not in charge, where's the food, you know? And I had a trailer for the first time, like not even usually when we make movies we have these trailers, they're called two-bangers, where there's two apartments in one little trailer, but they're fucking tiny. And the bathrooms are smaller than anything. The bathroom's about as wide as this podium right here. Which, you know, if you're going in to take a squirt, that's fine, but if you gotta take a shit, it's problematic, because my legs are very, very flabby, very, very thick in the middle. I inherited my mother's thighs. So right here, it's like, it's all flab. You know, no dick, all flab. So when I sit down to take a shit, I gotta sumo it up. I gotta get as wide as possible. Because otherwise the cheeks stay closed and then the shit smears and it becomes a real problem, you know, like you spend more time in the bathroom than you want to, and I love spending time in the bathroom. Like I'm the kind of guy going to a bathroom, I shit in the first 30 seconds, then I spend an hour in there reading, or being online, answering questions, checking email, shit like that, because that's my time, because nobody fucks with you when you're in the bathroom, particularly if you got shit smeared all over your ass cheeks. But at home it's not a problem, because at home there's always leg room around the toilet and shit. When you get in these trailer bathrooms, it's just, you can't get a spread going on, and it's obscene. Like I will have a foot up on the fucking wall, trying to like dive bomb missile that toilet, you know? And they're not like real toilets, they're kind of like those toilets that they have in outhouses where they barely flush and there's no water and anything, so once the fucking shit hits, it reeks really bad because nothing dilutes the smell. It's just totally problematic. I had a trailer on this movie where there was fucking ample leg room, where I could just get in and just, you know, let it drop and shit like that. So I had a fat trailer and shit, didn't have any responsibility, and the movie feature stars Jennifer Garner and Tim Oliphant, the dude from Deadwood, and Juliette Lewis. And, you know, it was weird working with actors, because the whole time they're just like, this dude ain't an actor. You know, he's barely a human being. And Tim Oliphant was the one that really just had the most fun at my expense. Like, Tim Oliphant would just make fun of me the whole fucking movie. Really just flat out make fun of me in a way where I was like, is that what it feels like to be made fun of? I haven't felt this since high school. Where, you know, Susanna was really cool about letting me kind of make up my own dialogue and shit, because I couldn't do scripted dialogue, which is weird, because I never let my actors make up their own dialogue. I'm really Nazi-like when it comes to that. So she gave me free rein. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna rewrite all my shit. And it's just because I'm not a good enough actor. Like, a good actor can take lines on the page and make them sound natural, make them sound real. I'm not an actor, I'm not a good actor, so I couldn't read the lines and have it seem natural, so I had to colloquialize. You know, I had to put it into my own lexicon, and she was like, yeah, totally, do it, whatever makes it work for you and shit. So I had freedom to make up shit, and the other actors did too, but they didn't really choose to go that route. They stick to the page because they're pretty good actors. So there's like this one scene where we're behind the house, and most of the cast is most of the characters are into fly fishing, which is something I'd never done before. But I was supposed to be really good at it, and after like 2 weeks of fly fishing rehearsal, when I realized I'm never going to get this, I pulled Susanna aside and I was like, I think my character should be bad at fly fishing, you know? Like just a real nut bar with it. And she was like, oh, okay, that's good. And I was like, so me and this actor, Sam Jager, are doing this scene where we've got these rods and we're supposed to be practicing in this back alley behind the house that we rent. And he's really good at it and I'm terrible, and we're targeting paper plates and shit like that. And I'm drunk and we're talking about something. I've had a few beers or something, we're talking about something, I'm kind of tipsy, and I say something that hurts his feelings, and then he takes my fishing pole away, goes, all right, that's enough for you. You've had too much. And I say, my line was like, oh, I guess a good offense, or good defense is a good offense, or something like that. So, in order to make it work for me, I had to throw a little more into it. So, you know, I'm fake fly fishing, I say the thing to Sam Jager's character, Dennis. Sam says something to Dennis, and Dennis gets offended, and he goes, all right, takes my pole, he's going, you've had enough. And then I said, oh, that's your big move, you're going to take my pole, I guess the best offense is good defense. So I just had to add a little something in the beginning. And Tim Oliphant's in the scene, but he's off camera, and he comes out on the porch at the end of the scene of the house right next to the alleyway and asks us a question. So he was there for the scene. They go cut, and Tim's like, oh my God, I have finally had acting defined for me. I had no idea what acting was until this day. Acting is the subtle art of saying what just happened a few seconds before. So if someone takes your fishing pole, you say, "You're just gonna take my fishing pole?" I had no idea, dude. I've been acting for years. Had no idea that's what it was. And I was like, "Are you fucking with me, Tim?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, wow. You know who I really love on Deadwood? Ian McShane. Now there's an actor. And Tim's just like, whatever. And I was like, you know what, Tim, I bet you at the end of the day, I'll bet you dollars to donuts that when a test screening happens, like I'm gonna test higher than you. Because they test each character. They rate each character. And he's like, we'll see. So months later, after we got done shooting Clerks 2, they were having a test screening of Catch and Release. And I called up, I didn't know about it, I called up to talk to Jeno, and her assistant was like, Jeno's at a test screening. I was like, for Catch and Release, where is it? She said, it's in Woodland Hills, and I knew where Woodland Hills was because I tested there a few times. So I fucking book it over to Woodland Hills and shit, and sneak into the test screening because I'm not supposed to be there, because they, as much as they don't want the cast or the people in the audience to know that the filmmaker's there, they really don't want them to know that there may be actors in the room. Because again, somebody might be like, well, I was gonna say it sucks, but since fucking Ben Affleck's here, I'm gonna say it's awesome, you know. Really, it would be the reverse. So I sneak in, and I'm kind of hanging out in the shadows and whatnot, and it's one of those stadium seating affairs, and you walk in the door, and then you can go up a dark hallway and bank right, and it's a bunch of stages. So I'm hanging in the hallway where I can see the screen and hear the movie and shit, just kicking back watching it. And this chick gets up to, I guess, either get a drink or take a squirt or something like that. And she walks past me, and she stops, and she comes back, and she's going like, you look like that guy in the movie. And I was like, really? She's like, you are that guy in the movie, aren't you? And I was like, yeah, I'm in the movie. And she's going, you know what, dude? You sound like Jack Black in that movie. She's like, Jack Black's gonna be mad because you stole his act. I was like, good to know, thanks. So she walks away to do whatever she's doing. Then she comes back, she goes, but you know what I didn't tell you? She's going, I think you're good in the movie. I think you're funny. She's going, you know what? I think you're gonna be famous one day. So I was like, all right, I got that going for me, you know? I said, thanks. So the movie ends and shit, and then I saw Susanna, and she was like, what are you doing here? I was like, I snuck in, man. I thought it was great, and blah, blah, blah. And she's going, well, I'm going to go to the focus group part of this thing. I was like, look, if you don't mind, I would love to stick around and watch a focus group where I got nothing at stake in it and shit like that. And she was like, yeah, feel free. So I go, once again, hang up way in the back and shit, duck down behind some seats. And they have the 20 people sitting there. And so the lady comes out and she's like, I have nothing to do with this movie. I'm hired by the polling service just to ask you a few questions about the movie in an effort to make the movie as good as it possibly be, blah, blah, blah. She's like, so what everyone think of the flick? How many people like the flick? A bunch of people raise their hands. How many people didn't like it? A few people raise their hands. And she goes, okay, for the people that liked it, what did you like about the movie? And I fucking shit you not, and I certainly do not say this to fucking check me out. 6 people, just say it once, Kevin Smith. And I'm sitting in the back going, fuck. And she's going, all right. She's going, let's see how many people agree with that. How many people thought Kevin Smith was the best part of the movie? All fucking hands go up, 20 hands. And I was sitting there going, fuck you, Tim Oliphant. Which would have been ballsy if Tim had been there, but he wasn't. So I was kind of safe. So that's why we made Clerks. Hey, can I get a water? Somebody grab me a bottle of water? Thank you. Yes, sir.
How's it going?
Good. I'm excellent, sir. How are you?
Good. I'll wait for you to get your water.
I'm good, sir. You rock.
Okay. I know this question's probably boring for the rest of the fanboys out here, but I've read articles where you talk about the evolution of DV for indie filmmakers. If you were to do Clerks today, would you try and go for like HD cam on the market, or would you still shell up and do 16mm?
No, I wouldn't do 16mm. I would do the DVX100 that Panasonic puts out.
Sure. Yeah.
Excellent fucking camera. That's what I don't know if you saw, but there's a site, Clerks 2, where we put up all these shorts about making Clerks 2.
Stuff? Yeah.
All that shit shot on a DVX100. It looks like fucking film.
So with the 24p and stuff.
24p. Yeah. And they just came out with a new one, which is DVX200, where you don't even have to put tapes in it. You just do a card. So you can just load footage right from your computer, right from the camera into the computer. There's no load time. We actually have to watch it like you do with the tapes. You just and it's done and shit.
Nice. That's all I need to know.
Right on.
Okay, ask questions, people.
Right on. Yes.
I was just curious if, because I always thought that Silent Bob was a great character. And I always wondered if...
The Silent Bob's a great character.
I always thought he was. I like the silent acting. But...
There's not much character work there, It's a guy that doesn't really talk.
I was wondering if you ever thought about doing a short film, a silent film, like Shakespeare in Love, Silent Bob in Love, Silent Bob and Silent Betty, or something like that, just kind of a funny comedic book film, sort of.
No. I mean, especially after we did, we made a whole movie about those two dudes. It'd be kind of weird to go and make a short about them too. So no, I never thought about it. Never really think about Silent Bob except when I'm doing Silent Bob. I think those characters are fun when they're supporting characters. Like we really fucking push the edge of the envelope by having them be the leads in a movie and shit, because people could grow tired of them. Some people fucking did and whatnot. So I tend to shy away from doing Silent Bob. Like Andy, did you ever watch that Andy Milanakis show? It's on MTV2. Andy was just like, hey, do you guys want to come on the show? And he's a dude who used to post on our website for a long time, so we've known him for years. He's very good friends with Muse, with Jason Muse. He was like, you guys want to come on the show? And I was like, yeah, totally. I'll be in New York same time they're shooting. Yeah, let's do it. He's going, you guys want to do Jay and Silent Bob? And I was like, oh, fuck no. God, no. Like, put on the coat and the wig and shit like that and monkey it up. Like, I only do that on my own time. Like, I would hate to do it fucking there. No, I don't. Jay and Silent Bob, and believe me, I'm not one of these people that's like fucking Leonard Nimoy where I'm like, I ain't Spock. And then years later, I'm like, well, I am Spock, I love Jay and Silent Bob, but I can't get my head around doing much more of it. Cause I'm getting old. I'm 35, man. Like, it's pushing it. Kind of sad watching a 35-year-old fucking Silent Bob leaning on a wall. Rolling his eyes and making that blowjob face. Because where will it stop, If I don't stop myself, because I love playing it, and I love playing it because I love Jason Mewes, and I love watching Jason Mewes play Jay, and Silent Bob has to fucking be next to him and whatnot. But if I give in to my inner affection for the character, I would just be playing Silent Bob age 50, which would be terribly fucking sad, In a big bad way. Jay is always like, why is that sad? That's cool. Because he just wants a job, No, but I hadn't really thought about it. I think the final frontier for Jay and Silent Bob would be a restaurant. Like, I always think about, it would be nice to open a restaurant one day, and then I don't really want to get in the restaurant business, although it seems to be lucrative, but I would just like to be able to have a chicken sandwich called the Cock Smoker. But that's not enough of a reason to jump into the restaurant biz, Like a real one-joke premise, They're like, business is failing. I'm like, yeah, but it says Cock Smoker on the menu. We win, But I appreciate it. I appreciate you digging on Silent Bob. Means if everything else goes, believe me, if I fucking run out of money, I gotta pay mortgage, I'm gonna be like, what did Jay and Silent Bob do this week, Oh yeah, go to space, Yes.
Yeah, hi Kevin. I noticed in the Clerks 2 preview stuff and from sitting here, well, you're kind of losing it in the back.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I am too. I'm 25, and in 30 and 10 years, I'm going to be the same way.
Yeah.
Any advice on Hamilton?
Tough crowd. Yeah, I got this big bald spot in the back, which I had a little bald spot 10 years ago, and now I look like Kojak from the back. I don't know. I don't think about it because, like, if I look at myself dead on, I don't see it. So it's a real ostrich. Yeah, you're losing it up front, that's tougher to deal with because you watch it leave you every day. Every day, fucking, vitality seeps away and shit. Me, I just got it in the back, so as long as there's not a mirror behind me while I'm looking in a mirror, I can fool myself,
And I'm like, damn it, can I use hair here and not here,
I don't know, can you? That's kind of rhetorical,
Not
right?
without pain.
Right, totally. Yeah, I got hair all sorts of weird places, except where it would make the most sense. Right up top. Very much I can do about it, man. I mean, when I was, I did that show at Degrassi, the Canadian soap opera, teen soap opera. And when I was sitting in the hair and makeup chair, the hair chick was so cute. She was just like, so what do you do with your hair? I was like, this is it. I just kind of rock it like this. She's going, no, with there. I was like, oh, a bald spot? She's like, it's not a bald spot, you know. I was like, yeah, it is. It's pretty big. And I said, I don't do anything with it. It's just there. I mean, I live with it. It's part of me or whatever. And she said, yeah, but the problem is, like, if you're going to have lights hitting it, it's going to kick. And I had never thought about that before, because usually in movies I wear a hat and shit, so that's never a problem. So she was like, it's going to kick pretty hard. The cinematographer's going to be a little mad and shit. And we should do something about it. I was like, well, what do you want to do about it? Just get that spray paint and fucking take care of it? And she's going, no, I got this stuff here. And she pulls out a can of this product called Super Million Hair. And I said, what is it? And she's like, it's just basically hair in a shaker form. So she takes it, she says, let me show you. And she takes it and first she sprays my head with some like Aquanet or something. And then she shakes this shit on me like pepper. And then she like sprays in a little more Aquanet on and she holds a mirror up and suddenly I had no more bald spot anymore. I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. How long has this shit been around? Like, this is a miracle. And she was like, yeah, it's because you know, a lot of people use it. I was like, what do you mean a lot of people? She's like, a lot of famous people use it. I was like who? And she's like, Matthew McConaughey. I was like, Matthew McConaughey uses Super Million Hair? She said, yeah, it's legit. People use it, man. She's like, it's not an ego thing. It just helps with production. I was like, right on. So from that moment forward, anytime I was going to do something like on TV or fucking in a movie or something like that, or I just pulled out my Super Million Hair and fucking did this, and then let it ride and shit. So when I went to catch and release, I sat down with the hair person, Forrest, and she was just like, so what are we going to do about the... I was like, the bald spot, I got it covered, man. Check this out. You know? And she was like, oh God, no, you can't use this. I was like, oh no, I used it on Degrassi, it was pimp, you can't even tell I got a bald spot. She's like, yeah, but that's TV, and this is a movie. She's going, you can't do that kind of thing. As if I'd never worked on a movie before. And I was like, all right, you know, took her at her word, she knew what she was doing. So I was like, so what do you propose? This shit's real easy. And she's like, no, we're gonna make you a hairpiece. And I was like, you're gonna make me a toupee? She's like, yeah, just for that area. I'm like, you're gonna make me like a yarmulke-like toupee? So they did. She took some like this, we call it cheesecloth or something. It's like lacy, and they weave fucking hair through it. And every day I would sit in the chair and she would put this fucking fake thing of hair on me, and suddenly, you know, not only was it not bald, but there was hair sticking up and shit. But the weird thing was, there's a point in the movie where I fucking fall against something really hard, get a concussion, and then I go to the hospital and they shave my head. So for the rest of the movie, I'm walking around with this big bald patch. So I was telling Susanna, I was like, look man, like we'll wear the fucking toupee up here, and then like that's where I'll hit my head, and then you just have to put a fake scar there. And she's like, nah, I want the scar to be more down here. So I was like, all right. So then for the rest of the movie, I was wearing a fake hairpiece up here and a fake bald spot right here. Really fucked with my head, you know? Really fucked with my kid's head, because she would come visit and she would be like, it moved, you know? But I don't know, I mean, I just accepted, like they always say, like it skips a generation, and my grandfather had like a massive head of hair when he died, full head of hair. So I was like, I'm fucking set for life. And it wasn't true. At all. Like that dude who probably cut more hair than I have on the back of my head in his last month of life, you know? So my father's hair was kind of thinning, and then my hair is thinning. My hair is thinning worse than my old man's before he died. Nothing I can do about it. It's gonna slowly creep forward, right? Like right now, if I look in the mirror, like I said, I can't even tell, but it's gonna creep forward to the point where I got like a skunk thing going on. And the wife is just like, I won't let you do the comb over. You know, at that point you gotta figure out something to do. I was like, I'll just shave it. And she was like, no, I don't want to be married to a bald man. She's like, I'll accept fat, but not fat and bald. So no, I got no answers for you, man. Don't know what to do. It's just gonna keep going. Learn to lick pussy really well, because that'll help. looking down and they see that fucking massive bald spot, and be like, well, he's pretty good at it, so I'll live with the bald spot for now. Right on, sir. Yes.
Wondering if you could give us your version of the Aristocrats joke.
I didn't see the Aristocrats. I've heard the joke, but I don't know well enough to tell. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I have the DVD. I just haven't gotten around to watching it. But I couldn't. I don't think I could do the joke. I just can't. I don't even know. That'd be like asking me, like, can you come up with the Pythagorean theory? Like, I don't.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Oh, fucking nerd alert. Yeah, no. There's unfortunately some shit I don't know. I don't know that joke. I should learn it though, because this is the second time somebody's asked me to tell it. It's so weird.
Well then, from Fort Lee, New Jersey, how long is it going to take me to drive to get a Jesus buddy?
Fort Lee, man. Where on the parkway is that? What exit are you?
I'm going to be right next to the Palisades.
Right on.
How long of a drive to get a how long of a drive to get a Jesus buddy from like Fort Lee?
How long? You got talking to the mic.
How long of a drive?
Bear down on that shit. Like it was a cock just going. You even cradled it. You went for the ball. Just like, the man knows what he likes. What was the question?
How long of a drive is it from Fort Lee to go get a Jesus buddy?
A buddy Jesus. Down to the James Silent Bob Secret Stash, Red Bank. I think you're looking at about 45 minutes. So you're from Fort Lee, but you go to school here or no?
No, I got a buddy that lives out there and I'm heading out there in a couple of weeks.
Where to Fort Lee?
Yeah, Fort Lee and Manhattan.
Fort Lee what?
Fort Lee and Manhattan.
Fort Lee and Manhattan. So wait, you're not from there?
No.
Oh, you're just asking how far is it from...
Like, I'm going to be out there in a couple of weeks.
That's awesome. I had a Q&A. Nobody's ever been like, can you give me directions? And that's a valid question, you know? And obviously I don't really have a good answer, except 45 minutes. It's not that far, though. Everything in Jersey is pretty close. You get through the whole state in 2 hours, so you can find it. Right on, sir. Yes.
Hi, Kevin. I'm not sure if there's any other 35-year-olds other than you and I who actually watch Degrassi. So I wanted to know how.
There are more, but they're the scary
We
ones.
should start a club.
The ones who are sitting there going like, yeah, Manny Santos. You don't need a boob job, Manny. The scary people. That, and there's a huge gay audience for the show, which I thought was kind of cool. And then that gay contingent enjoyed that I was on the show because within the gay community there's all different kinks, right? You got your twinks, you got your fucking queens, you got your trannies, shit like that. There's a group a subgroup within the gay community known as the bear community, and those are people, dudes who look like me, just fat and hairy. And they have fans. Like there are dudes who are into these bears called cubs. And they're little, slight gay dudes. Just, you know, like, not short, but just like Joe College material and shit. Like, just look kind of normal, like cover boys and shit like that. I know all this because my friend Malcolm Ingram is a bear, and he discovered it. He came into it later in life because for a while he was having problems dating and whatnot. We couldn't figure out why he couldn't put it together with a chick, and then one day he was like, I went on a date with a guy, he's from Canada. And it was just like, what do you mean when I date with a guy? He's like, this dude, he asked me out to dinner, and I said I'd go, and when I got there, it turns out he thought it was a date, go figure. It sounded a little suspicious, you know? I was like, did you suck his dick? He's like, yeah. And that's when Malcolm figured out he was gay, or at least when he told us he figured out he was gay. So Malcolm was telling me, he's like, dude, I got it made in the shade, I'm a bear. And I was like, what's that mean? And he described what the bear was, and I was just like, right on. So there are people that will fuck people that look like us. It's kind of like Chuppy Chasers. He's like, totally. He's going, but if I walk into the right bar, I walk into a bear bar and shit on Cup Night, I'm like Marilyn Monroe. He's like, I get my dick sucked by anybody. You could too. I was like, now you're telling me, dude, you know. I'm fucking married. Why didn't you tell me a few years ago? When I was experimental, looking to get my dick sucked by a slight young boy. Anywho, those bear fans are into that are into Degrassi, I got a bunch of email from those cats going, "You were good on the show, good and sexy." You know? And I'll take praise where I can get it, even if it's a dude who's looking at me like I'm a piece of pizza.
Well, I was just kind of curious how you got involved with the show, and I also did want to know what you thought of Revenge of the Sith as well.
How did I get involved with Degrassi? I've been a long-time fan before there was Degrassi Next Generation. Of course, there was Degrassi Junior High and Degrassi High, and I used to watch that all the time when I worked at Quick Stop. Found it one day, I was clicking around on the TV, working on a Sunday morning, and there was nothing on but church shows. And I clicked over to PBS, and they were running this show that looked like an after-school special, you know, like the old ABC after-school special. Like really kind of questionable acting and shit, and an obvious arc in which a lesson was going to be imparted, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And the worst thing is everyone had an accent, you know, everyone's just like, I don't know if he loves me, eh? You know, and I was just like, what's this? What's this all about? And, you know, I sat there kind of just making fun of the show to people that would come in the store while I was watching, like, you see this fucking show? Canadian teenagers. So stupid. You know? But by the end of that first half hour, I was in tears, you know? Like, it snuck up on me and got in my head and shit, and I was gripped by the storyline and whatnot. So I started watching it every Sunday and shit, and I got Jason Mewes into it too, because Jason Mewes would come down to the store, help me make the papers on Sunday mornings, because it always comes in multiple sections, you gotta put them together. So I said, dude, you gotta watch this fucking show, man. It's about these Canadian teenagers and shit, and all their love travails, and it's like 90210, but good. And nobody's rich, and everyone looks like you and me. He's like, well, maybe you. So he started getting into it too, and it became our soap opera and shit. Like my grandmother used to get together with her friends and they'd watch their stories. Degrassi was our story, you know? We'd sit there on Sunday, we'd make the papers, and then we'd sit there and fucking watch Degrassi for an hour and shit like that. Talk about which one of the girls we'd fuck if we lived in Degrassi. And I was always into Caitlin Ryan, the little epileptic girl with the heart of gold. Because it was like, it was a manageable handicap, you know? It wasn't like, it was something I could get my head around. Like, it wasn't gonna take too much. I just have to make sure she don't hit her head or swallow her tongue. And I could take care of her and shit, you know, because she was a little vulnerable because of her epilepsy. And she was the girl that, like, you know, her heart was in the right place, but she always kind of screwed it up, you know? She was all about fighting animal testing and shit, makeup testing on animals and whatnot, and then her teacher was just like, but Caitlin, if we didn't test on animals, how would they test your epilepsy medicine? And she was like, oh, you're right, Miss Avery, you know. So, thwarted at every turn, you know, great intentions, but the road was just paved to hell. And so I really went for it in a big way. Jason Mewes went for Joey Jeremiah, which was the dude that wore the hat and shit. Funny hat guy. Mewes was like, I could make a hat work, couldn't I? I said, not like that, no. So we got into it, and we're big fans and whatnot, and I followed it for years, and I dropped the Degrassi references and the stuff we did, like in Clerks. Caitlin was named after Caitlin. In Mallrats, Shannon Doherty's wearing a jacket that says Degrassi Junior High on it. And Chasing Amy, Ben and Jason actually just have a little conversation about Degrassi. They're sitting around drawing. He's like, what are you gonna do tonight? And Jason's like, I don't know, get a pizza and watch Degrassi Junior High. And Ben's like, you got a weird thing for Canadian melodrama. And Jason's like, I got a weird thing for girls who say a boot. And I remember when we were shooting the scene, Affleck's just like, what is this shit, dude? Why are we talking about some fucking show I never heard of? I was like, this show is genius, sir. And I had the whole fucking thing on tape, because when Miramax bought Clerks, after I paid off the budget and shit, the two things I did with the money left over was bought a Dodge Neon and bought the entire library of Degrassi on videotape from an educational house. Like, I called up this educational house because they used to run the show in schools for educational programming. So I called up, this is the only place you could get it. You couldn't get it anywhere else on tape. I called up this educational house and I was like, yeah, I want to buy, you know, I want to get Degrassi, Junior High and High, the entire series. And she was like, all right, what school do you represent? I was like, School of Thought. I was like, I don't represent a school, I'm a private collector. And she was like, oh, you know. Because she heard that I was kind of older and she was like, why would he want a show about teenagers? Canadian teenagers. And, so I was like, how much is it? And she's like, you can buy the whole thing. You can't rent it. You can buy the whole thing. It's $4,000. Because that was when like tapes were $99 a pop and shit like that. So that was the first frivolous thing I ever bought in my life. I was like, fuck it, I'll take it, you know. here's my credit card. And they sent me the whole thing, not just Degrassi Junior High and Degrassi High, but there was a TV movie called School's Out, which is where they graduated, and they said fuck on TV, and there was like an affair going on. It was awesome television. Years later, they started issuing Degrassi on DVD for $20 for like 3 discs. So I felt like kind of an asshole. But so I was way into it, and then I'd heard that they were going to do Degrassi: The Next Generation. This is years after the show wrapped, like 10, 15 years after the show was done. Linda Schuyler, the woman that created the show, decided she was going to renew it and just kind of turn it into Degrassi: The Next Generation. The premise being, on the old show, there was a character, this girl named Spike, who got pregnant in high school, and she had a baby. And so if in real time, that kid would have been 12 years old and ready to go into junior high. So they're like, what a great way to segue into a new series. And they called me up because they knew I was a fan. They're like, we want a guest on the show, do this cameo. And I was just like, I was in the middle of working on Jay and Silent Bob, and I was like, as much as I would love to, I'm kind of busy right now. And then I thought about it. I was like, why would they do that? Why would they go back to the well? You know, what if they fuck it up and ruin it? Kind of the same shit I thought about Clerks years later. So I never got around to seeing the show, and then somebody on our website was posting about an episode they saw in which they did like a Breakfast Club homage. And I noticed the person posting was from the States. And I was just like, how'd you see this show? It's Canadian. They're like, oh, they run it on Noggin all the time in the afternoon. Noggin is like this cable network that was started up by Nickelodeon and Children's Television Workshop. And then the Children's Television Workshop pulled out of it, and now it's just Nickelodeon. Viacom owns it. And during most of the day, from like early morning hours till about 2 in the afternoon, they just run kids' cartoons and Nickelodeon programs. But at 2 o'clock, Noggin turns sexy. And they stop calling themselves Noggin, and they start calling themselves The N. And it just becomes tween programming heaven. And they run Degrassi relentlessly. So I TiVoed it, and I was able to watch 3 seasons of Degrassi Junior High, Degrassi: The Next Generation, over the course of 2 days, because they just run the fucking shit constantly. And the show was, not only was it good, it did live up to the original, it surpassed it. Like, not only were the kids were better actors, they were better looking, the clothes were better and shit, the accent wasn't as prominent, so you had people actually saying about. So I was way into it and shit like that. It was actually one of the things that inspired me to kind of go back and get the guts to do Clerks too, because I was like, well, these cats went back to the well and they drew fresh water, so it's possible to expand upon your universe years later and shit. Kind of made me feel a little chuffed. So I was way into it, and they brought the old characters back that were now adults. What were normally the kids, or the kids in the old series were now adults, and Caitlin Ryan was still on the show. You know, and I'd known Stacy for a few years. I'd met her like back in '95 up in Canada. So we were kind of friendly and whatnot, but there she was on the show looking just fine. And it looked like her and Joey Jeremiah, who was also still on the show, were cruising toward marriage, like they were kind of hooking up and dating again. So I called up Linda Schuyler, and I was just like, she created the show. I said, I would kill or die to write and direct the episodes in which Joey and Caitlin get married. And she was like, I would love you to do it, but you can't, because you're not Canadian. Like, the show is 100% Canadian financed, so all those chief roles have to be filled by a Canadian. Now, I've been told no many times in my life, never for that reason. Nobody ever said, no, you can't do it because you're not Canadian, you know? I would hear shit like, no, you can't do it because you're grotesque, or no, you can't do it because, you know, you sweat when you breathe, but never that. Like, and it worked. I couldn't fight it. Like, I couldn't really come up with a counter because I wasn't Canadian, still not Canadian. And the wife picked up on it that she worked and started instituting it in our personal life. So I'd be like, come on, let's do some ass tonight, some anal. And she'd be like, you can't because you're not Canadian. So Linda was just like, but you know, you can't write and direct, but if you wanted to guest on the show, if you wanted to do a cameo on the show, you could totally do that. And I was like, all right, let me think about it, let me see if I can come up with a storyline and shit. And she was like, well, normally we come up with a storyline. I was like, yeah. So I thought about it and came up with like a 3-episode arc, you know, in which that would bring me into the Degrassi universe and I get to play myself and shit. So I wrote it all into an email and sent it to her, and then never heard from her for like 2-3 months or something like that. And I figured she got the email and was like, holy fucking shit, like, I gotta show somebody this. You know the Clerks guy? Look how fucking nuts he is. He wrote a 3-episode arc for himself to be in. He came up with a storyline and shit. Then I got a call from Linda, and she was just like, you never call me back. If we're going to do these shows, we need to know now because we want to write them into the end of the season. And I was like, I wrote her an email. She's like, I didn't get it. I was like, oh, I totally want to do it. So I sent her, I faxed her the fucking, the outline and shit. And she was like, this is great, come up and did it. So I went up there and we did it, and I play myself in the show, but I play a kind of alternate reality version of myself where everything about me is the exact same, except I've never been married and I don't have a kid, which freed me up to fuck Caitlin Ryan. And Stacy, who plays Caitlin Ryan, was just like, of two minds of it. She's like, well, this is good because I'm going to get a lot of storyline time on the show. But this is bad because it's going to look like I would fuck this person. And I brought Muse up. Like, the whole premise of it was Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes were in Toronto, because that's where the show's set, as you know, shooting a movie called Jay and Silent Bob Go Canadian A. And we just happened to need a high school, you know? So it brought us into the world of the kids and whatnot. And had an awesome fucking time doing it. Like, the writer on the show, the head writer, Aaron Martin, came up with the premise of the movie beyond that, because all I had was that one-liner on the movie. And he's like, well, we need a plot for the flick. We need to show what the flick's about. So when you're shooting scenes on the show, like, people get the idea that there is a real movie. He's like, I think I have a story and I'd like to pitch it to you. I was like, totally, go ahead, it's your world. And he's going, Jay and Silent Bob figure out that they have to have a high school diploma, and no American school will take them back at their age. So they have to go to Canada to graduate high school. Only Canada will accept them. And I fucking sat there for a few seconds and I was like, fuck, why didn't I think of that? Like, that to me was an excellent movie. I was like, dude, that's not a throwaway joke in a TV show, that's a fucking movie. Movie that will only play in Canada, granted, but like a movie nonetheless. So, had a great time doing it, that's how I got into it, and then they brought me back the next year, because after we shot the fake movie, next year we came back and did the premiere of the fake movie and shit. At that time I didn't get my groove on. Like, I actually got to make out with somebody, you know, like be a kind of leading man and shit like that in those episodes, those first 3 episodes of Degrassi. Like, me and Stacy wind up kissing at one point, which was so fucking weird because I've never really kissed anyone, you know, on camera before. And it's trippy. Because, like, we've known each other for years, we're friends and whatnot. And we were sitting there chatting, you know, before the take and shit. Then we get into the take, and she's kind of drunk in the scene, which would explain why she would fucking kiss me, I guess. And then, you know, soon she just kind of leans in and goes to the big kiss. And it was so fucking strange because, like, she just jams her fucking tongue in my mouth. And for years I'd always heard, like, oh, people don't really kiss in movies. Like Joey Adams, and when we were making Chasing Amy, I was going out with Joey at the time, and I was like, what, you doing a tongue kiss Affleck? And she's like, no, people don't really do that in movies. But I think she did. I think she was lying to me, and I think Ben was in on it and shit. Because I would ask him too. I was like, dude, did you fucking jam your tongue in my lady's mouth? He's going, no, people don't do that in movies. You know. So I went in for the closed mouth fake kiss, and Stacy went in for the And the guy, Pat, who plays Joey Jeremiah, had told me, like, before I shot that scene, he's like, be careful, dude, she's a biter. And I thought he was fucking around. I was just like, yeah, right. So am I, you know. And sure enough, she gets her face right into mine, and jams her tongue in my mouth, nibbles on my lips. I'm like, what the fuck? This chick's trying to get me hard. It's working. And then somebody's like, cut, and fucking, like, you break, and then they set up for the next shot, and then me and Stacy go have a conversation, and the whole time we're talking about trivial shit like the weather or whatnot, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. I was just like, we just fucking made out, man! Aren't you in love with me? She was like, no, we're just fucking, you know, I was acting. I was like, yeah, of course, totally. Put my wedding ring back on. It was strange, though, a very strange experience. The only time anyone will ever be like, we'll let you, you know, be a lead in a movie and kiss somebody. That'll never fucking happen again. And it was nice and kind of sweet and sentimental that it happened on a show that I'd loved for years.
I was wondering how you're going to.
You got more? Jesus.
No. Actually, I did just want to know about your opinions on the last Star Wars movie.
Oh, you did ask me that. liked it. I liked it quite a bit. Revenge of the Sith, I thought it was pimp. I really dug it. Some people were like, fuck that movie. And I was like, nah, fuck you. I liked it. It worked for me. Like, totally ended up that series nicely. You know, the first one had its problems and shit. The little kid. It was in an awful lot of the movie. The second one I thought was really cool, and the third one I really dug. I thought it was some cool ass shit, man. Like where they finally fuck, but you don't see it. But she's pregnant, so they must have fucked. And then he gets all jealous and tight and whatnot, where he thinks she's fucking Obi-Wan and starts playing with his mind. And then Yoda comes in and fucking pimps the lightsaber and bounces all over the room, tries to take out the old man. That shit was excellent, you know? So I dug it. I totally dug it for what it was. I mean, I didn't go into those prequels with any preconceived notion of like, this is gonna fucking be just like it was when I saw those first 3 movies when I was a kid. Like, I fully grasped that I would never feel that way about the new movies, or any movies for that matter. I was fucking 7 years old when the first one came out. Like, you know, rocket ships and fucking Wookiees. Like, whoa. I've had sex since then, you know? I give a fuck about a Wookiee. That movie would have had to blow me to give me the same feeling that I had when I was a kid. So I went into the movie with very diminished expectations. Not like, oh, this is gonna suck, but just like, this is gonna be popcorn entertainment. That's exactly what it was. And after the first one, you had people coming out of that, like, just enraged and shit. Like, Lucas raped my childhood. Oh, he raped it. And it's like, you know, dude, have you ever been through rape? You might want to pull that statement back. Very, very far. I didn't feel that way. I was just like, whatever, it's a movie for kids. Like, I saw the Phantom Menace in a theater full of fucking kids, and they ate that shit up with a spoon. They loved, that pot race could have went on for 2 more hours. They would have loved it. I was sitting there going, oh, another lap? All right. Hopefully somebody's gonna break a lightsaber out or something. But I didn't judge it like the way that most people did. I just judged it for what it was. It was just a movie, you know, sequel to flicks that I really loved as a kid. Did you not like it? Did you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes.
The kiss between Ben and Jason and Chasing Amy is by far one of the hottest man-on-man kisses, you know, screen history.
And they swear that there was no tongue in that kiss. But now I know better.
I'm just curious, where did that come from? Like, and did either one of the actors have any reservations about doing it?
I don't think I can't recall them having reservations about doing it. I mean, you know, there's always the awkwardness of like, oh, we're gonna kiss, and making a lot of jokes about it and shit. But there was no like, I ain't doing this. Like, neither of them pulled me aside and be like, come on, dude, that's gay. Like, well, that's what the whole movie's about, dude. You know. So there wasn't much reservation there, and then you know, it was definitely a scene that we kind of placed specifically toward the end of the shoot, so that they wouldn't feel awkward. They'd have a long time to build up to it and whatnot. I mean, it wasn't, you know, it's not quite Brokeback Mountain, right? It's not like Ben's like, which I love that movie. I think Brokeback Mountain is like a really touching, really wonderful, poignant film about the road not taken. But that's my favorite moment in that movie. My man just flat out comes out of nowhere too. Like, there was not enough build up for that. There weren't enough like little moments where like one dude's kind of checking the other out without a shirt off or something, you know, something like that. It was just one dude wakes up with his arm around the other dude and he's like, ugh. And then the dude kisses him and he's like, oh, fuck this. If I were to spit in my palm, rub it on my dick, and fuck a dude in the ass every time he had his hand on me, I'd have fucked Jason Mewes blue by now. I'd have drilled Ben Affleck many times over. Affleck don't even touch. Affleck's a very grabby dude and shit, but Affleck goes beyond that. I was sitting on the Jersey Girl set, and I don't sit in the high director chair. I sit in the low one, close to the ground as possible, so if you fall. And I don't like heights. So I'm watching the monitor. You know, we shot a scene and shit, and it was Ben and Liv in the video store. And then afterwards, I watch playback, just watch it again to see if there's anything I want to tweak or anything like that. And generally people gather behind the low chair because they can see to the monitors and whatnot, and everybody, all the department heads want to see if there's anything they have to change from scene to scene, from take to take. So there are people around you, there's bodies around you when you sit there watching playback. Sitting there watching playback, all of a sudden I feel this warmth on my neck. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And it was Affleck's balls. I turned around and I saw a sack staring me in the face. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, you like that? I call that the fruit basket. Cyst or nodule in the back of your neck. I was like, what are you going to do for it? You put cream on it? He's like, no, we're going to cut it out. And I had to get stitches. I've never had stitches in my life. 3 stitches in the back of my fucking neck. And I just remember the doctor going like, really filthy back there. What's going on your neck? Is this close to telling him? Affleck's balls, dude. So neither of those guys were really precious about having a kiss or anything like that. Thanks, man. Yes?
Yeah, I was gonna originally ask if you want to come smoke tobacco with us after the show, but some asshole already asked that on the DVD, so I thought I wanted to. Anyway, the real question was, on ViewAskYou.com, I saw that Tarantino screened a cut of Clerks 2. What was his reaction to it?
Quentin.
Yeah.
I thought you said Karen Keynote. I was like, what's that? How did Karen Keynote see our movie? Yeah, Quentin watched the movie. Did you see the short?
Well, yeah.
Then you saw what he said about it, pretty much. I mean, there's some stuff we left out for the documentary, but he went on. I mean, Quentin doesn't say anything short. He goes on for fucking hours and hours and stuff. Very animated speaker. But he dug it. He got into it. He dug it more than I thought he would. I thought he'd be like, oh, dude, this shit again. But he was way into it. He's like, wow, it's really pointed. There's a poignancy to it. It's really funny and it's pointed. And I was like, what should I cut? Because that was when we were kind of chunky and I was looking for things to cut. He's like, nothing, leave it all in. What have you cut so far? Show me. And I showed him the cut stuff. He's like, put that in too. And Robert Rodriguez was there as well, and Robert's more judicious, and Robert was just like, I'd look in the first half hour, there's some trims you can make there and shit like that. But it was cool. It was nice to have him come in and watch it. Because those 2 dudes, particularly Quentin, will just tell you that he doesn't like your movie. Like, he was not shy about telling me how he felt about Jersey Girl. He's like, come on. How do you go from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back to that? Because he really loved Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, which was so surprising to me. Until like a few years later when Harold and Kumar came out, he loved that too. And I was like, oh, I get it now. He's just an idiot, An idiot savant. Like, he makes brilliant films and he likes utter trash to watch. And I think he likes utter trash because he watches a movie like fucking Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back and he goes, this dude is not a threat to me. So he went for it. He really dug it and shit. He was like, he could do with a few Mexican standoffs, but other than that, he was happy.
Still want to smoke tobacco or no?
What do you mean, smoke tobacco? Just say it, dude. Grow the balls and say it.
You want to smoke some pot with us? Or
Fuck no. No. I'm not a big pot smoker on the road. I'm not a real big pot smoker at all. I try to save it for really rare fucking occasions and whatnot, because I tend to get into trouble when I smoke weed. Lots of trouble. Last time I smoked weed was, last time I smoked weed I didn't get in that much trouble actually. I was up in Toronto with Malcolm when I was shooting Degrassi, and we were done shooting, and Malcolm, my friend, he's a filmmaker too. He made that movie Small Town Gay Bar, which we just took to Sundance in January. He lives up there, and he was just like, what do you want to do tonight? I was like, I don't know, maybe we'll go eat. Because I was real into steak at that point. I was like, maybe we'll go to Ruth's Chris and get steak, because they take a filet mignon, they stick it in butter and then cook it. It's so funny. You never imagine meat and butter going together, but fuck it does. And so he was like, well, I got some weed. You want to smoke some weed? And I was like, yeah, all right, fuck it. I'll smoke some weed. So we got high. We played those video games, the ones that you plug into the fucking TV. Like plug and play, that's shaped like a joystick. Played it brand fucking new, just put batteries in, played it until the batteries died. One game. One game of Dig Dug that went on for 3 hours. Just... And then we said, fuck it, man, let's get something to eat. And it was the best meal I've ever tasted in my life. Like, I'd never really eaten good food when I was high. You know, I eat junk food and shit like that, but having a fucking steak cooked in butter when you're stoned tastes better than anything else on the planet at that moment in time. So much so that we had 3 orders of filet mignon. Like, we would just be sitting there fucking slowly sawing into the meat and eating it and trying to hit our mouths. And we're like, this is tremendous. And then when we were finished, we were like, waiter, another round. Meat for everyone. And in Toronto, I don't know if it's the same here because you guys are in pretty cold weather too. In Toronto, they have all these malls in the city which are connected by underground tunnels and whatnot. Like, all the malls are underground there, and they go on for like a mile and shit. And he was a real asshole that night after we ate. He took me, he's like, you want to go to the mall? And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go to the mall. So we went to the mall, and he brings me deep into the earth, and I'm like, what the what's this? I want to go to the mall. You know, it's a series of fucking dark stairwells and shit. I'm like, oh, he's gonna fuck me now. Well, at least I'm high, you know. And we pour out into this fucking underground mall, which goes on for, I think, 4 or 5 city blocks, maybe more, but it just felt like it was endless. It was just a stretch of mall, and all Canadian malls have like stores that look like American stores, but they're just a little left of center and shit. Kind of looks like when you're watching a movie and you see a bunch of stores that have fake names and shit, like Rug Munchers. It was like being on the set of Mallrats. I'm like, I don't recognize a single one of these fucking stores, you know? Where's the Orange Julius? Nothing like that. So we got lost in that mall for like an hour and a half and shit like that, and had a real good time doing it, but I was just like, I don't know if I ever need to go to a fucking mall and get high with Malcolm again. Until the next time I went to a mall with Malcolm, which was like 2 weeks ago. I was in Edmonton, doing a Q&A in Edmonton, up in Canada, up in Alberta, and that's the home of the world's biggest mall, the West Edmonton Mall, bigger than the fucking Mall of America. You know, I know Mall of America's like, we're the biggest mall. They're not. West Edmonton Mall is bigger because they keep building onto it. It's got a fucking casino in it. We played poker at the mall. Legitimately. It was tremendous. It wasn't like a game in the back, loading docks or something like that. It was sitting at a fucking casino table. Walked out of the casino, there was a comic book store right there. I was like, this is heaven. Walked a little further into the mall, there was a hockey rink. And I was like, I can't fucking believe this. And then Malcolm was just like, fuck. I wish I'd brought weed. I was like, why? And he was like, look, and we saw this place called Glow Golf. And it was an indoor golf range where everything was pitch black except for the ball and the holes. And he's like, could you imagine being high and playing glow golf? He's like, I guess we're gonna have to fucking imagine it, sir. She didn't fucking pull through. I didn't even need fucking weed, man. That mall was so fucking impressive to me. There was like a little aquamarine park there, and we're walking down the mall, and you know, it's like every other fucking mall, it's just very fucking big. And in the distance, I'm looking at like a store, and all of a sudden I see a fucking seal jump through my line of vision. I was like, what the fuck was that? They sell seals here? This place got everything. And we went down, it was a little fucking show, like a fucking SeaWorld type of thing, but they didn't have Shamu, they just had these seals. And they had these fucking seals that, you know, we're putting on the theme of the show was Hollywood casting call. So there's a guy dressed in like those old-timey fucking jobbers, those director pants and shit, had a monocle, and he was casting a movie, and he needed 2 seals, you know. And suddenly they come out, and they start doing tricks and shit like that. And they had them like kiss at one point, which I love seeing things make out, you know. Man, women, animals, like I think that's all. I make my dogs kiss at home all the time. They just look up at me like, why? And they had the seals kiss, and they were just like, before they kissed, they're like, do the Bradgelina, and they would kiss, because they themed it to be timely and shit. And I was like, if they were gonna do the Bradgelina, the fucking seal would go down on the other seal, and then knock it up. But the seal did the fucking amazing thing that I've ever seen a seal done. I mean, they did the jump up in the air and then hit the ball with their nose and shit, which I'm like, I can't do it. That's amazing to me. But at the end of the show, people would pay like $10 to get their picture taken with the seal, and you stand next to the glass, you know, casing where the pool is and shit like that. And they tell people to pose, and they're like, the seal is going to come up in a second. Do not hug the seal. Don't touch the seal. Just let the seal do what the seal does, and we're going to take a picture. So they're standing there. The seal jumps up on the glass thing, this little platform on his belly, takes her face, and if this is the dude's face here, she goes like this. And I was like, that's fucking brilliant. That's tremendous. She put her face like right next to the dude's fucking face, and I was like, I fucking want to get a picture of that. I would like to get my picture taken with a seal, just doing this. And then I realized I got 2 dogs at home, 2 yellow labs, Scully and Mulder. It's a little gay, I know. But Scully, who we bought at the mall dog, you know, she was like we went, when we found out Jen was pregnant, we were like, I wonder if we'll be good parents. Let's get a dog and see if we're good parents. So we went to the mall. I never bought a dog. I never had a dog in my life and shit. So I was like, don't you get them free? Don't they give them out before they burn them or something like that? She said, yeah, you go to the pet shop in the mall. So we went to the pet shop and shit, and she wanted a yellow lab. She was like, she had a yellow lab growing up, and she's like, oh, they're great with kids. So, you know, we should get a yellow lab. So we go and they have 1 yellow lab, and it's not a puppy, it's it's almost a full-grown dog, stuffed into a fucking cage like this, because like nobody had wanted this dog, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger, and it was like, you know, fucking 2 days away from death row and shit. So we said, all right, we'll take that dog, and they were like $600. I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? $600 American? Like, they give this shit away other places. They're like, oh, not yellow labs. So I fucking ponied up $600 for this fucking dog. And after about a week or 2 weeks, we just realized we weren't really good dog people. Oh, no. Because we didn't really do anything with it, you know? She was very active and hyper and shit like that. And we were like, ugh, fuck off. So we decided the best thing to do would be to get another dog to hang out with that dog. So that dog would leave us the fuck alone. And so this time around, we went to a kennel. Instead of the pet shop in the mall, we went to this breeder's kennel and shit. And they had little baby puppies, little yellow labs, tiny, you know, just came out and shit, just opened their eyes, like fresh right out the fucking conveyor belt of the mom. And Jen picked one out and fucking said, oh, this is it, this is the one. I was like, right on, threw it up on the counter, give me one of these. And the chick was like, that'll be $3,000. I was like, you're out of your fucking mind! The price keeps going up on these dogs, man. This shit is free, I'm telling you. How many of these things they put down every day? Not yellow labs. And I was like, oh, fuck this. I I said, why is this dog so expensive? She's like, it's a professionally bred dog. It's just purebred and shit. Like, this dog can make you money if you have it, if you breed it with other dogs. I'm like, get out of here, really? So this dog gets old enough, I can pimp him out and earn off his ass? All right. So we got that dog, and those two have been raised together, Scully and Mulder, and they kind of raised each other and shit because we didn't really take care of them. So anyway, Scully, the price difference between the two really shows because Scully, the mall dog, absolutely fucking retarded. Just real like walking into walls, banging in the shed, just really not that. They said she was a yellow lab, but she looked more like a husky, just painted like in the cartoon. Like when a skunk paints the cat to look like a skunk. Like, I'm pretty sure that dog's not purebred or anything like that. She just has enough lab looks in her to pass though, but not a full yellow lab, but just obviously inbred all to hell. So Scully has this irritating fucking habit of like, if I'm laying on the bed on my computer watching TV, I lay face down on my belly and shit like that, working on the computer, and the dog will come up to the edge of the bed, and if this is my face, the dog goes like this. And I'm always like, get the fuck out of here, man. Lay down. But I'm in the West Edmonton Mall and I see this. And I'm like, that's brilliant. Because this thing is hairless and black. And unlike Scully, like has no legs. Looks like Scully as if we shaved Scully down, painted her black, cut off her limbs. And for some reason that made it better for me. So I went and had my picture taken and shit. Brought it home, showed my wife. She was like, how much did you pay for that? I was like, $10, isn't it brilliant? She's like, the dog does it all the time for free. I was like, yeah, but the dog ain't hairless and black, look. And dogs can't really see two-dimensional, but I can swear that Scully looks at that picture and is like, what the fuck, man? So we didn't get high in that mall at all.
I love your work, and I also would love to marry Jason Mewes. But anyways, whatever happened to the footage that you filmed at Paisley Park?
I'm sorry?
The film from Paisley Park?
The film from Paisley Park?
Yeah.
The Prince thing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, we're in Prince's backyard. I tend to forget about that. I ran into a dude, for those of you that don't know or never saw that Evening with Kevin Smith DVD, I tell a very long story about going to Prince's Paisley Park and hanging out for a week and shooting a documentary, and I'm not going to tell it again, so just bear with me. But there was a dude at the last Q&A that went in right before Edmonton, Calgary, who was like, I used to work at Paisley Park. And I was like, get out of here. Was I close? He was like, you were dead on. I was like, really? He said, yeah. Whatever happened with the footage, I don't know. The last I'd heard was he had taken the footage and turned it into a recruitment film for the Jehovah's Witnesses. Because I guess I didn't know that before I went to Paisley Park, but he had become a Jehovah's Witness and shit. He was real into Jesus. I like Jesus, but he was way into Jesus. So much so that he was like, I don't have a birthday anymore, you know? Because I guess they get rid of their birthdays when they buy into being Jehovah's Witnesses and whatnot, which is strange, but whatever. So he apparently took the footage and was turning into some of the stuff we shot and was turning it into a recruitment film for the Jehovah's Witnesses. And I was told that by, God, what's her name? Chick I talk about in that piece. God, I know her name. What's her name? Stephanie, that's it, Stephanie. Stephanie, who was his producer at the time, producing his videos and stuff. She was the one that had told me about, she defined it as Prince World and shit like that. Where it's like, the idea of Prince World is Prince it'll be 2 a.m., in fucking March in Minnesota. I want a camel. And people are like, dude, it's 2 a.m. in March in Minnesota. We don't have any camels. You can't get one. You'd be like, why? Because I guess he just apparently lost touch. So she had called me after that DVD came out. She was like, what the fuck? You told him about Prince World. You weren't supposed to tell anybody about it. And worse than that, you said my name. And I was like, oh, I did, didn't I? I'm sorry. I was like, but I only said Stephanie. She's like, there's only one of me here, I was like, you still work there? She's like, no, I left, I moved on. I said, what happened? What was the fallout of the DVD? She's going like, well, for the first few months, it was passed around all around Paisley Park as this kind of underground thing. Like people that worked there were like, you gotta see this shit. He fucking nailed it, you know? And then eventually it wound up in Prince's hands and he watched it and I guess he didn't like it that much or something like that. And then I guess Stephanie said that at one point he was like, call the lawyers and get his non-disclosure agreement, because when you go to Paisley Park, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which is a legal document that says what happens in Prince World stays in Prince World. You don't fucking tell anybody about it and shit like that. And they never found it because when I left, it was in my back pocket.
Hey boy.
But not as any sort of conspiracy thing. I forgot to hand it over and shit like that. So I was like, do you think I should send it to him now? She's like, don't do that. Don't do that. But she said that some of the film wound up in some of the footage wound up in this recruitment video for the Jehovah's Witnesses, which I always thought was kind of strange, kind of weird. Like the idea that Prince, you know, like I think of a Jehovah's Witness, I think of people that like knock on your door, they're like, would you like to buy a watchtower? And that could be Prince one day, you know? Because that's part of the duty, one of your responsibilities as Jehovah's Witness, to go out and spread the word. So I would love to see fucking, you know, open the door and it's fucking His Royal Badness. Dearly beloved, would you like to buy a watchtower? You know, that would appeal to me. But that's the last I heard about it. I didn't hear anything else. I mean, he did talk about me in Entertainment Weekly when that album came out. I think it was Musicology. And he said some shit about me. He said he saw Jersey Girl. Like the writer contacted me and said, Prince talked about you. We're doing a cover story in Prince and he talked about you. I was like, get the fuck out of here. What did he say? He said he brought you up out of the blue. Like we weren't even talking about you, anything remotely related to you. And he just brought up the fact that he went to see Jersey Girl the night before and he thought it sucked. And his quote was, that's what happens when the potty mouth don't work for you no more. So I was like, well, that's interesting. And the writer was just like, do you want to comment? Do you want to fire back? I was like, oh, fuck yes. And what did I say? I said, I don't mind that he didn't like Jersey Girl because I fucking hated Crystal Ball or something like that. And he was like, oh, I'm gonna run that. So I got off the phone and shit, and like 3 days later, I was like, fuck, why didn't I fucking think of this? Why didn't I say, that means a lot coming from the director of Under the Cherry Moon? But I missed my window, you know, it was too fucking late. But I thought it was weird that he still fucking thought about me enough to be like, I'm gonna say that his movie sucks, apropos of nothing. But he was just one voice lost in the crowd on that picture. Like he really wasn't stating anything that was like, what? Somebody thinks the movie sucks. I was just like, Prince too? Fuck. Fucking Bennifer, man, you know. But that was the last I heard. Thank you. Now I think about it, I'm kind of nervous. Yes.
Hey.
Hey.
I just kind of wanted to know what you, two things. First off, what you think of all the directors moving on to remakes of like 70s horror films and all that, and what you think of Rob Zombie's films.
I've yet to watch either of the Rob Zombie films. I haven't seen them yet. I have them on DVD, just haven't gotten around to watching them yet.
They're basically he pieced them in the 70s and he basically made a 70s film.
So like a 70s horror exploitation. Yeah, my friend Brian Johnson is a huge fan of those movies, so he's always like, dude, you gotta watch it. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet.
Yeah, basically what they are is...
He told me what they are. But I'm totally gonna get around to watching them. I don't know, I'm all for like a dude who wants to return to the vein of a particular genre. I'm not necessarily all about doing a remake. Like the idea of remaking Texas Chainsaw Massacre was kind of sacrilege to me. Like, why? How could you possibly make a better, creepier movie than that movie? And I just wonder where it all ends. Like now, I guess Michael Bay is working on a Friday the 13th movie. Like, are we going to get to Motel Hell eventually? You know?
They're actually making a Last House on the Left. I saw...
the Wes Craven, the remake of the Wes Craven one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a poster for it.
Yeah, there's a trailer online for it too. It's a pretty decent trailer, but at the same time, you're like, man, doesn't anybody have a new idea? This is the guy who made Clerks 2, you know? But yeah, I'm just not down with it. I'm not really down with the idea of remakes in general. I'm not against it, but it's just like, why bother? Like the one that I was most outraged by, not outraged enough to fucking lose any sleep over it, but I couldn't understand why anybody would do it, was the remake of Bad News Bears. Because the original is a fucking classic. I think it's one of the 20 best films ever made. It's an amazing movie with amazing performances and looks fantastic. And I couldn't understand why anybody would want to make it. And Quentin was a big fan of it. Quentin's like, oh, it's not like watching a movie. It's like listening to a cover tune. And I was just like, well, then why watch it? You know, it just didn't make sense to me. He was into it. I finally watched it. It was fine, and Billy Bob Thornton was good, but I just didn't see a reason to remake that movie. So I don't know, not a big remake guy myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hi.
Hey.
I love the fact that you're wearing the shorts even in Minnesota.
You wearing them too, right on. Both of us, really retarded.
Pretty much. I'm just wondering how the Green Hornet project came about and whatever happened to it.
Green Hornet, for a little while, I was attached to write and direct a remake of the Green Hornet. Come right on the heels of like, I don't believe in remakes. Well, not anymore, you know. It was an old, radio show, and then it was a TV show with Van Williams and Bruce Lee in the late 60s, early 70s and whatnot. And they've been trying to make it for a long time, like Universal had been trying to make it for 5 years prior to me getting involved. And Harvey Weinstein had bought it from Miramax. And he was like, you like comic books? I was like, I do. He was like, you want to make a Green Hornet movie? And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, we're going to turn it into a franchise, $70 million tentpole movie. And I was like, you want to give me $70 million to make a superhero movie? Are you nuts? And he was just like, you like comics? And I was like, yeah, I like porn, but you're not going to finance one of those. But I was so flattered by the notion that anybody would give me that much money to make a fucking comic book movie, and I was just like, oh, I'll totally do it and shit. And they announced it, and fucking I was talking about it, and then when the dust settled, I was just like, oh my god, I have no interest in making this movie. I'm not talented enough to make an action movie. I make movies where people sit around and talk about sex. Like how you go from that to Green Hornet, I'm not that gifted. I can't pull it off. I'm too bored with shooting action. Like I'm lazy as a director. The idea of taking a week to shoot a 20-second action sequence, just kryptonite to me. Couldn't get my head around it and shit. Like my version of the Green Hornet movie, my ideal version would have been the Green Hornet and Kato in their masks and their fucking outfits, leaning against the Black Beauty. Their amazing supercar, the rolling arsenal and shit like that, in a two-shot, talking about sex. That's him going like, so did you get laid last night? He was like, oh, she sucked me off like a circus, shit. And then Kato would be like, something's happening over there, pointing off camera. And then they'd be like, let's check it out. And then they'd just walk out of the frame. And you just hear from off camera. Then they come back in. Lean against the fucking car. Like, so did you ever tag her in the ass? Just go back to the conversation. And nobody really wants to see that version of the Green Hornet or any superhero movie for that matter. I watch those flicks and I enjoy watching comic book movies and shit. Have no interest really in making one. Just not talented enough to pull it off. It's that simple. A man should know his limitations. A woman too. And I know my limitation. I can't fucking pull that shit off. Like I watched some of my favorite movies the last few years, those 2 X-Men movies that Bryan Singer did. Like particularly the second one, I thought was fucking brilliant. Was really, really well done and shit. Was like he balanced a lot of characters and kept that movie fucking going. Never got boring and shit. Shit looked great. Really engaging and whatnot, gripping. And the best part about it was so gay. Like the whole movie is an allegory for being gay. Because Brian's gay, right? So like the whole subtext of that movie is just about how the gay community is ostracized in society. And if you just take out the word mutant in every scene of that movie and put gay guy, movie still works, It suddenly makes a lot more sense and shit. And I got into that because I like the notion of like somebody making a populist entertainment that whipped a subversive kind of subtextual message at the audience. Because the movie's aimed at people like this size and this size and then this size. And those are impressionable minds, man. Like if you're gonna fucking like teach people to be accepting of all different kinds of cultures and whatnot, like do it when they're young. And that's what that movie kind of works as. It works as this kind of a kind of conversation about like accepting differences and whatnot. And I would love watching kids come out of that movie just going nuts, like, I'm Wolverine, snick, snick, snick. And I'd be like, come here. You like Wolverine? You like dick. It's that simple. Wolverine is gay, sir. So if you like him, you like gayness. So no snick, snick, dick, dick. And I was really looking forward to Brian making a third one. Because it would just, I thought, like, finally the gloves would be off and he would just turn it into a fucking gay Fantasia. Because I'm big on the gay community, man. My brother's gay. You work in Hollywood, there's a lot of people that are fucking gay. I'm one cock in the mouth shy of being gay myself. So I like that. I like seeing gay flicks, particularly the ones where guys are fucking jizzing on each other. Fireworks of jism, crisscrossing like a spider web of bodily fluids. Going from ass to mouth, that kind of shit. Like, I can groove with that. And I like the subtler gay flicks, like Brokeback Mountain. But I really thought like Brian would get around to X-Men 3 and just fucking throw off the shackles of like making an allegory and just fucking turn it into flat out gay porn kind of, Like just Brokeback Mutant. Just craziness. And he walked away and did Superman instead. So I look forward to Superman now because now I'm just looking for gay content. It's now I'm not looking at fucking Clark's relationship with Lois. I'm looking at Clark's relationship with Jimmy Olsen. So, but he's a very talented filmmaker, and he can pull that shit off, and not only make it work viscerally, but he can also make it work on a subtextual level. I can't do that. My shit's so broad and right up front. So I knew my limitations, and I kind of backed away from it. I did write the script, turned the script in. I don't know what they're doing with it now. I don't know if Miramax had a weird breakup where Harvey and Bob Weinstein went off and created a new company called the Weinstein Company. So I don't know if that script stayed with Miramax or they brought it with them, but I was just like hands off at a certain point. Thanks. Thanks, man. Can I grab another water? You got another water? Somebody? You don't? Doc. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I think they're running. Hey, Kev.
Hey.
I had a question for you. Of all the godforsaken places you can scout and shoot mall rats, why did you choose Eden Prairie Center?
I still wonder that to this day. We were looking at, we went to Dallas, we were allowed to go any place but New Jersey, which was heartbreaking because that's where I wanted to shoot it. So this place wound up having a mall that had, the Eden Prairie Mall at that point had 50% occupancy, which meant that the other 50% was just a fucking ghost town. So we said, like, we'd like to come in and shoot this movie, and we negotiated a locations fee, which was just insane. Like, I can't imagine getting it today. We had the run of that mall for a month and change for 10 grand. Ooh. $10,000 at that point, you could fucking rent the Eden Prairie Mall and do anything you wanted with it. Have dudes swinging from the roof. Thank you. So we went there and checked it out, and 50% occupancy was good for us. They're like, there's one caveat: you can't shut the mall to shoot. And we were like, well, at 50% capacity, it ain't gonna fucking matter. Because Mall of America had just opened recently, so I guess it was sapping the business away and shit like that. So we would be shooting that movie while the mall was open and running. So fucking Jay and Silent Bob would run past some old lady coming out of Kohl's. Like, what the fuck's going on, So we came here because of the mall, basically. And I remember we shot like one scene in the fucking coldest day at that point. They said it was the coldest day in Minneapolis history in 50 years, and we were on a rooftop shooting a scene all night long, and I remember how fucking cold it was, and it's nothing compared to when I stepped out of the airport today. But we had a good time doing it. That was another camp affair too, because usually when you go on location, you just kind of create these family relationships with the cast and crew. I was like we stayed at this hotel in Minnetonka, where we all purified ourselves in the water of Lake Minnetonka. And I love that movie. Don't like that guy, love his work. So we stayed at this hotel in Minnetonka, and everyone just hung out in the bar and shit like that. I remember there was some women's basketball championship going on, and they were also in the bar, and Shannon Doherty threw down with them. Got in a fight with the whole women's basketball team. They were both a little liquored up and shit, but it wouldn't have taken much liquor for Shannon. Shannon was kind of aggressive and whatnot. So if somebody said something to her, she's, "What the fuck you saying?" You know, fists were being thrown. Me and Muse were like, "This is awesome." Hollywood. But it was totally a good time, really, really good time. And you know, it was cold sometimes, but no regrets whatsoever, man.
Thanks for coming to St. Cloud State, Kev.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Alright, so I parked on this old lady's yard.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get towed. So I was wondering if I do, could you spot me some money?
No.
How much is the towing?
Fuck if I know. $80 apparently.
Well, it's one thing. First off, that's not a question; it's a request. Second off, you're gonna make a request. You got to know how much it's gonna be.
$80.
That sounds like a vague generalization. That's a guess more than anything else.
Well, the lady next to me says that's what it is.
So you just believe the lady next to you? Lady next to you is gonna be like, "Dude, you're gay," and you're like, "I guess I'm gay."
Am I gay? I could be.
I like that.
Like you said, I'm a cock in the mouth away.
Cock in the mouth away from being gay. Yeah, well, if you get towed, let me know. There's not really much we can do about it. You haven't been towed yet, right? How did you not get a parking spot? I arrived like fucking 5 minutes past 7. I pulled up right in front.
I don't know if you fucking know it's 15
It had a wheelchair in it, but what the fuck? There were open spaces.
I feel like walking 2 blocks at 15 below.
So where'd you park?
Out by a convenience store.
2 blocks away, 15 below?
I don't know. It was on some fucking grass.
Right on. Sounds like there was a lot of grass involved. Well, we can't do anything but want to go check and see if you've been towed? What the fuck do you want from me, dude? I'm trying to help you out. If you go check and if your car is towed, we can fucking talk about it. But until it's towed, there's nothing really to discuss.
If I go outside and it's towed, I'm gonna hunt you down.
I'll be right here. There's not much fun. I'm suggesting you go out to see if it was towed. You're not threatening me. I'm giving you advice. Go out and see if it's towed. And then if it's towed, come back, let me know, and we'll take care of it.
Sweet.
Get a move on, dude.
Fine, I'm going out.
Check it out. Let us know. Come back with a progress report.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello.
I was just wondering if you can give some insight on how are you able to get George Carlin on 3 of your projects?
All right.
He's one of my favorite comedians, and I love his work.
Yeah, he's awesome. He is a classy genius, dude. I asked him, and he said, "All right." It was really that simple. He kind of liked the script for Dogma, and then after that, when we did Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, I said, "Excuse me, you want to come out and play for a day?" He said, "What do I got to do?" I said, "You're a hitchhiker that blows people for rides." He was like, "I'll be right there." And then on the last day, well, he only shot for 1 day, but one of the last things he said to me before he left that set, before he left Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, is, "I want you to one day write me my dream role." And I was like, "What is it?" He goes, "I want to play a Catholic priest who strangles children." So I remembered that, and I wrote Jersey Girl, and I was like, George would be awesome as the fucking dad. So I called him up. I said, "Dude, I wrote you a big part in this next movie I'm gonna do. You want to read it?" He said, "Yeah." He read it. He called me back. I was like, "What'd you think?" He's like, "I don't see any collar, and there's only one child and she ain't being strangled." I was like, "We'll get to it, dude. This one we're gonna play it a little lighter." So he's like, "All right." And he came ready for bear, man. Like that dude, I remember being in rehearsals on Jersey Girl, and he was just like, "I just want you to know, I came up with a backstory for my character, like the reason I'm always going at Greenie so much Stephen Root character. He was like, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I wrote it down, and I read it, and I processed it, and I threw it out, just so you know. And I was like, fucking Affleck didn't put that much work into his role in the movie. Like, this dude really fucking thought about it. So not only is he a great dude, but he actually gives like 140%, if that's possible, when he's actually performing. And the beautiful thing about him too is he's a comedian, right? And he's known for being fucking funny. He's not one of those comedians that always sits around and tries to make you laugh. Like, you can have a conversation with him. It's not always showtime and shit like that. You actually have to drag fucking comedy out of him and shit. And once or twice on Dogma, he was talking about like having to leave to go do a new show that he was putting together, and I was like, what are you doing this time around? He's like, oh, you'll see it on HBO. I was like, give me a little taste. And George doesn't give you a taste. He doesn't have like one joke or something like that. George goes into like a 10-minute routine that he's worked on and honed to perfection. And it was me and Affleck and Damon and Linda Fiorentino sitting there, and Chris Rock sitting there with George, and he just went into the advertising lullaby piece he did from like 2 specials ago, and mesmerized. It was awesome. It was like a dude putting on a performance for fucking 5-6 people, and he didn't miss a fucking beat. When I saw that show, a year later or something like that, he had done it perfectly, just so fucking well honed and rehearsed, but yet it comes off very naturally. It just sounds like he was making it up off the top of his head. But he doesn't always do that. It's not like he's always sitting around, fucking going like, let me tell you about the 7 fucking words you can't say on TV. Like, he's not always working a routine. You can sit there and have a human conversation with a dude about shit. So I love him. I think he's awesome. Thank you, sir. Yes.
There's a Back to the Future. Have you ever seen that online? It's with Marty McFly in the dock, and it's like has Brokeback Mountain in it.
No, but I saw. What did I just watch yesterday? No, I watched. Broke Point Break Mountain? Brokeback Point Break it was. And basically they took Point Break and just took the trailer for Brokeback and put it together and shit. But there was I think that shit's kind of funny. Like, I don't know if you ever saw it, when somebody cuts like a trailer and spins it. Like, there was a dude who did it on Joe Blow a few months back, and he took The Shining and turned it into like a fucking, like a feel-good kind of fucking comedy. Like, Jack's having a bad day. And the end card was like, Shining. And then they just did another one recently I saw online, which was Sleepless in Seattle, but done as a horror movie. So fucking genius. Really turned it into like a horror thriller where she was a stalker and shit. And the end was like, Sleepless in Seattle. So I could kind of get behind that. For Brokeback Point Break, though, the funniest fucking line in it, if you see it online, check it out. It's worth it for the one moment alone where, they play it up, they use the cards from the Brokeback trailer. And they play the music and shit, and then there's one moment between Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves where Patrick Swayze is like, you're going down! This is gonna happen! And you hear that dun 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 dun. That made me laugh.
My actual question is, why did Jay and Silent Bob know how to catch a bus in Dogma, but not in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back?
Because they were high.
Everything.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it that much.
I guess that's good enough.
That'll work, right?
Yeah, sure.
Apparently you put more work into the thought of that than I did. I think the beauty of those characters is that you can get away with things that make absolutely no sense, and most people don't question you on it. Thanks, man. Yes.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, I'm a huge comic geek, and I got a question for you.
Fire away, sir.
You did an interview with Stan Lee. How did that come about? And do you have any new projects coming around the corner?
What?
Any new projects?
New projects. Okay. How did the Stan Lee thing happen? The company that's doing that, Stan Lee sit-down conversation thing, called me up and they were like, "You like Stan, right?" I was like, "Yeah, he's great." Like, "You want to talk to him?" I said, "Yeah, but I have talked to him in the past. Like, do it on camera for a few hours." And I was like, "Oh, I see where this is going. You want me to work?" But it wasn't work. It was all pleasure, just sitting there talking to him. And so they just asked. Somebody called up and asked, and I was like, "Oh, totally. I'll talk to that guy." I mean, he's an awesome dude. He does a real solid when he came on the Mallrats and whatnot. just kind of huge. I remember I'd written the scene for just like a nameless comic book celebrity, like a Frank Miller type, but it wasn't Frank Miller, just some uber comics god. And Jim Jacks was the producer on the movie, and he was just like, kind of like a Stan Lee. And I said, yeah, like a Stan Lee. And he's going, well, why don't we just get Stan Lee? Cool. And I was like, yeah, why don't we? And he's like, but we can, because I know Stan Lee. And I was like, oh, Hollywood is good. People know people. So Stan Lee came on, and at first I guess he was a little resistant. He read it, and he was like, I can't say this shit, you know. And then Jim told him he was just going to be pretending, and he was like, all right, I'll do it. And sweet dude, couldn't memorize his lines. We had cue cards. You know, the man, I think at that point was like 70, close to 70. So we had to put together these cue cards. If you watch that scene in the movie, he's always looking past Brody. You know, Brody's talking to him, and he's like, well, Brody, kind of putting the lines out there. Great fucking guy, though. Really cool guy. Funny if you hear him curse, too. Because I'm always used to his voice from the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends cartoon. Like when I was growing up, I used to watch that Saturday mornings and shit. And then when you meet him in real life, it's that same voice where he's like, Excelsior, you know? But when he fucking curses, it's awesome. Like I heard him call somebody a fucking asshole, not to their face, but referring to me. He's like, I'm this fucking asshole. And I was like, Excelsior. Really, really cool guy. So I figured I had a relationship with him, and I could sit there and chat with him, and so it just came together that way. And do I have another comics project coming down the pike?
Yes.
I just finished up that Spider-Man Black Cat miniseries finally.
Oh yeah. Why did that go on hold in the first place? If you mind elaborating.
Yeah. I do mind elaborating. It was, it was my fault. I just got really lazy. And it started because I had 3 issues in the fucking can, and Terry was drawing them, and we were at work on Jersey Girl, and I just got bogged down with Jersey Girl, so I told Axel, my editor, I was just like, dude, I'm gonna put it aside, and then as soon as I'm done shooting Jersey Girl, I'm gonna fucking get to it, I'm gonna finish the scripts. And then 3 years went by, just never got back to it. And it was murder, because I would go to a comic book show, and I loved going to Comic Cons and shit like that. I used to love going to Comic Cons and shopping, and haggling and shit. And because you go to a Comic Con, you see shit like, I had no idea they made an Ewok dildo once, I'll give you $15 for it. But I can't really do that anymore, because there are many places in life that fucking nobody knows who I am and what I do. Comic book show is not one of those places. I'm like Malcolm at the gay bar. I walk into a comic book show, I'm Marilyn Monroe, I can get my dick sucked by anybody. Man, woman, or fucking Klingon, just right there. So it's become a little hard and shit like that to go to a comic book show and actually shop, so I just wind up going there and doing this shit, doing a panel, doing Q&A. And my friend Walter's like, dude, you can easily fucking go out on the floor shopping, you just gotta go in costume. I was like, you want me to go as Silent Bob? Like, I think that would make matters worse. He's like, no, dude, you gotta go like in a full costume with your face covered, like a fucking stormtrooper. And I was just like, dude, I don't know if I'm gonna shop that badly that I'm gonna walk around all day as the fat stormtrooper that people wind up following just so they can throw shit at him. Let's take pictures of the fat stormtrooper. But as bad as it is to go to a comic show and not be able to shop, it was even worse over the course of those 3 years of not finishing Spider-Man Black Cat to go to a comic book show and period and just walk out on the floor because I'd step foot and I'd be fucking inundated by pimply-faced little dudes who are just like, where's Spider-Man Black Cat? Where's Spider-Man Black Cat? You said you were gonna finish Spider-Man Black Cat and you never fucking finished. You said you were working on Jersey Girl and you did Jersey Girl, bomb. What fucking happened with that? Dude, you didn't finish Spider-Man Black Cat. It's irresponsible if you take a job, not finish the fucking job, wait 3 years to finish it. What's so hard about it? Right? Give me it, I'll write the fucking thing, I'll draw it too, I can draw stick fucking figures, man. You left us hanging, we have no idea what's gonna happen with Spider-Man Black Cat. Where the fuck is Spider-Man Black Cat? And I would be like, dude. You must chill. I'm gonna take you to a prostitute. I'm gonna get you laid. You won't give a fuck about a black cat, dude. Be all about black pussy from that moment forward, Never mind black cat and shit. So I finally finished it, and people started letting up on me a little bit. Then they started attacking me for this Daredevil Bullseye Target miniseries that I started and never finished. So I can't win in the comic book world. So I got nothing planned right now. Nothing. Once I was finished with Spider-Man Black Cat, I was like, I'm gonna step away from comics. The only thing I do have to finish is Daredevil Target.
Love your movies. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yes.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm a fifth-year international business student, and I've realized I fucking hate international business. Woo! So I've been working on a movie script with a friend of mine, and it's really good.
That's so weird because I just realized I hated film and I want to be an international business major. Let's do a Freaky Friday. We should switch it up. You can start drilling my wife.
She's
not finishing comic book series.
I'm single, so not that it would matter, but.
And you're single, so I'd be taking your life. And I'd be back out there not getting laid like back in the day.
It's not so good.
No, it really doesn't sound great now that I think about it.
So I was wondering if you could help me out with pitching the script, if you had any advice.
Who are you pitching the script to?
I'm talking about Kevin Smith. Yeah, it's pretty weird. You're all booing me, so I'm gonna hang up.
They turned on you, dude. First you had them with the whole like, I don't want to be in international business, I want to make movies. And they were like, we love this guy. And then you were like, I'm talking about it. And they're like, boom!
I came here alone, so I don't really care.
You might not make it out alive based on that crowd, so you might want to get somebody to walk into your car.
I think I'll be alright. I was wondering if I could feed off your wisdom. Do you have any advice for me?
I don't know what you want. Who are you pitching it to?
Wondering if you had some advice, like how you got started, how you pitched your script. How you got it.
I never pitched my script, I just made it. I just made Clerks, so I never went through that pitching thing. Like, I've never really had to do that, so I don't know how it's done. I mean, I know there's one definitely sure way of pitching a movie in Hollywood. It starts like this. The irony being that they wind up pitching, and you wind up catching. But I don't know, I've never really had to pitch something, so I don't know how that would work. I mean, thank God, I would never want to go through that process, because it's so weird to, I mean, I've had so much rejection in my life, I don't know if I could live through one more piece of it, you know? Telling somebody my story and they're like, bullshit, fuck that, you know? Even with like, with Miramax or the Weinstein Company, anytime I wanted to make a movie, I just hand them a script. I'm like, there it is, check it out. So I don't have to go through that pitch. Yeah. But that happened because I made a movie once and they bought it. And they made a little coin off it, so they were like, what do you want to do next? Every time I finish a movie, they're like, what do you want to do next? So I don't have to really go through that horrible pitching thing. The only time I pitch now is fucking like, can we fuck tonight? No. All right. Come up with a different angle next time, you know.
Getting dissed by Kevin Smith was an honor, thank you.
I didn't diss you, did I?
On the, how to pitch my script.
Well, that's not diss, that's a reality, sir. That's advice, that's good advice. Excellent way to pitch a script is to give somebody a blowjob, apparently.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Yes.
One, dude, will you sign my VHS tapes? Two, oh, fuck, man.
2 boos back to back, thankfully none from me.
Two, I was wondering if U of M didn't accept you either.
If what?
The U of M didn't accept you either?
U of M?
Holy shit, oh yeah, University of Minnesota.
Is that?
The big college, man. This is why out here.
It's already been there, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Don't call him the dumbass, because I'm sitting here going, have I ever heard of U of M? Apparently I have. Is that the place that had the bowling alley?
Yeah!
I remember that too. Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
I just remember going there and fucking talking, and all of a sudden you'd hear, it was just this. Strike. I was competing with the alley above. Where'd you go, dude? That's it? You're taking off? Where are you, man? What's that?
He got booed.
You had to hurl? You gave up the mic, that little boo, and you're like, fuck it. Don't let them intimidate you, man. It's all about you and me.
Give him the autograph.
I still won't sign your shit, though. We're here to talk. Yes, sir.
Hi. I think I'm about one of 10 people who actually loved Jersey Girls.
I'm one of them, too.
Yeah.
So we're 2 of 10.
2 of 10.
A force of 10.
Yes. I really, really liked it.
Thank you.
Another thing, last semester I was in a film class, and I actually wrote a term paper on it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What grade did you get?
You know what? It was actually for fun, so I never really got it back. So
you don't know what you got?
No.
That's
but
odd.
Yeah,
I would totally take it. How do you not figure out what you got? Did they?
Well, I got named in class, so I didn't do too bad. Thank you, Colin. Who's the TA?
Oh, you were talking about
Nice. So I brought it out if you want to take a look at it.
I thought it was a random dude going, you got a name, move on. Yeah, totally. I'll take that paper.
Shake his hand. Shake his. There you go.
Dudes like you and me, we gotta be careful in public when we raise our hands. I've been there, man. You know what the key is? You gotta get a shirt. The shirt comes down to your knees. Because I go like this. Nobody sees my shame.
There you go.
It's also the key, layers. Layers, all 3. Sometimes the coat helps. I put on this coat, I swear to God, I'm thin. In my head, it's again, I look straight in the mirror, I'm like, well, I can't see this. Because the coat has shoulder pads and goes down boxy and shit. So I look at it, I'm like, I put this coat on, I'm thin. The moment I take it off, I'm like, no, still a fat shit. Certainly not to insinuate you were a fat shit.
Oh, I'm well aware of the reality of that. So, and in this climate, I can actually get away with that. So
totally, right? I know, this would be the place. That's why I stayed in Jersey as long as I did. And I dreaded the notion of moving to Los Angeles because I was like, I can't wear layers anymore.
Oh, no.
But I still do, I just sweat a lot more. So I'll sit there at meetings and shit, look like I'm a melting snowman. People are like, don't you want to take off that jacket thing? No. Yeah, I feel it, man. It's horrible. I never take my shirt off ever. Not even in the shower. I've been married, it's gonna be 7 years I've been married. 8 years I've been fucking my wife. 7 years I've been married. We're just too lazy to get divorced. But 7 years I've been married is coming up on, and I don't think I've ever taken my shirt off in front of my wife once. Because I'm like, I got a good thing going here. If I take this off, that could ruin it, you know? So for all she knows, I'm cut underneath.
And on a totally unrelated note, I'm actually from Eden Prairie, so...
Are you really?
Yeah. So
you know who else is from there? Sean William Scott.
Yeah. Yes, I heard that.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, it's kind of funny because they recently totally redid the mall.
Really?
So Mallrats has kind of become like a time capsule for the way it used to look.
Did they get rid of the palm trees in the food court?
Yes, they did. And in fact, they completely covered the food court. It's just like offices now or something.
Really? That's a shame.
Yeah.
I love those palm trees. They're so wonderfully tacky.
And so...
Is the elevator still there?
Yeah, the elevator's still there. They built a whole new food court, and they put in a new cookie stand, too. So
Did they really?
Yeah, a brand new autonomous unit for Big Mall Snacking.
Right on. I went there a few years ago, back when was it? Was I working on the Prince thing or something else? No, it wasn't when I was working on the Prince thing. I came out to Paisley Park to go to the rave into the year 2000. He had a big New Year's Eve party, which he held 2 weeks before New Year's Eve and taped it and then broadcast it on New Year's Eve. So I went there to watch the concert and shit like that. And when we were here, me and the wife went to Eden Prairie to check it out. Took a bunch of pictures around the mall of me reenacting the movie. And she was looking at me like, I can't believe I let you stick your cock in me. But I didn't care. It was pretty fun. But at that point, it hadn't changed that much. They put in a nicer movie theater. That was it. But I've heard that it's changed. I didn't know they took out the palm trees. It's a bummer. There goes that Mallrats 2 sequel.
I think you filmed it in an entirely different mall.
Totally. Is it? Right on. Did you? Kicked out for what? Right. Oh, the back alley where Affleck beats up Brody. Mixing fucking Affleck beats up Brody. Affleck beats up Jason. Crossing my realities and shit. Every once in a while I'm afraid I'm getting chased by a rubber poop monster. I just didn't think there was an audience, period. I knew that the audience was me and my friends, and that was it.
Yeah, that's what I have. That's the problem.
Right.
I just don't know if everybody
Beauty of
else
that
will.
is if you do it, it turns, and it gets out there, and you know, there's some people dig on it. You find out that you and your friends share a sensibility with other people that you've never met before. That was the best part of the whole filmmaking thing for me, was finding out that I wasn't alone. Because film is kind of like hurling your message into the void, seeing who responds. So throwing Clerks out there and hearing people respond, like, from in New Jersey, which I thought it would play well. I never really thought it would play outside of Monmouth County, where we grew up, and then it did. Then it played outside of Jersey, and then it played outside of the United States, and then suddenly I was like, God, no matter where you go, people have shitty jobs, so I guess they can identify with it. And that was awesome, an awesome feeling of going like, there are a bunch of people who have the same sense of humor as me and my friend. Like, I really thought me and Brian Johnson would be the only people who thought that movie was funny, and other people would just be like, what are they talking about? So it kind of worked out. So if you think that other people won't think it's funny, there's a chance that you're absolutely wrong. Next step is just go do it.
All right, thanks.
Go do it, man. Make that movie that
Do it, Kevin.
Make the movie that nobody likes. I did it. It's very liberating. Yes.
I also brought you kind of a cute little present.
What is it?
My buddy found it at a dollar store a few years ago.
Oh, is it the thing where Affleck looks like the cop? The cop looks like Affleck?
Damn you, Kevin Smith. That is exactly
I've seen that. I'll take it. I don't have one, but I saw it on the net. Somebody put it up on the net and said, doesn't this look like Ben Affleck? That's pretty pimp, sir. Would you mind if I gave it to him? I'm gonna fucking sign it to him. Autograph it and shit. Give it to him for his birthday. His birthday's in August. I'm gonna be like, look at you, you look gay. Love, Kevin. Police sparkling gun playset. That's what, when I think of Ben, I think of him holding a sparkling gun. And also, what kind of cop carries a grenade? I guess Affleck. The Moon Raper. Hi.
Oh my. It's kind of a silly question, but I was wondering.
Get right up in the mic, huh? There you go.
Kind of nervous.
Don't be. You think about this a few minutes after you sit down or when you get home tonight, alone in your bed. And about 30 seconds into it, you're going to be like, he really wasn't all that impressive. Just like my old lady.
Well, that's the thing is, the first time I seen A Night with Kevin Smith, I was like, oh, I would travel across the country just to meet him. And then I found out you were coming here, and I was totally psyched. And the only thing I could think of to ask you is if I could take a picture. And I know there's no photography, but I was hoping maybe you could give me a little leeway and let me take a picture of you.
No. You have a camera? Yeah, all right, come on. Take a picture.
Good man, good man.
Over here? No, come on up. We'll take it together. What's it? Can you? Oh, you've got a fiance? take the picture. How long you guys been engaged? You look like you're 11 years old. 20? How old are you? 21, dude, you're way too young to get married. I waited till I was 29. Where'd you guys meet?
In our hometown of Anoka.
Where's that?
Like an hour south of you.
Is it over? And where'd you, what, at school or what?
By a park down by the river in the summer.
Buying some weed. The student's like, I'll give you a dime bag and my heart.
So, and then we didn't talk for a couple years, and then we reconvened after that and became friends for several years and decided to get married.
Several fucking years, you're 20.
Friends since we were like 14. Like we first met when we were like 13 or 14. So.
Still 6 years. That's such a... Have you guys fucked a lot? Not each other, but other people?
Yeah.
How many people do you think you've had sex with that side of this guy?
I don't want to answer that.
You dirty slut. Over 10? Over 10? You answered quick on that one. Was it over 10? Yeah. 10 while I was 9. Oh. That's your friend's dad?
Oops.
That dude don't look old enough to be married. You look like that dude's niece. Over 10, under 20?
Around nuts.
37!
Yeah.
How about you? 2. I feel your pain, sir. You guys don't talk about it? Oh, you gotta talk.
There's a wide range, so we like that.
But the good thing, like this, it took me years to process this because I had a big problem with that too. I used to be the dude that was like, "How many dicks did you suck?" You know, there's a reason that joke's in the movie and shit like that. But then I figured out, like, you don't want someone who hasn't had a lot of sex. You want to be with somebody who's had fucked so many people, because then they bring something to it.
They settled for you.
Totally. A lot of experience and shit, and then at the end of the day, you know, she's like, all right, I'll fuck you for the rest of my life. And that says something about your prowess, because she's fucked a lot. And she's willing to settle for you. She's just like, right on, so that you must know what you're doing. Your cocksmanship is impressive enough to take her off the market. That's how. When are you guys getting married?
It was supposed to be June 26, 06.
Now you're like, not anymore. I didn't know 20. You dirty trollop.
We bought a house, so we put it back a little bit.
You guys bought a fucking house? You're 20 years old. Do you know what I was doing at age 20? Jerking off a lot. An awful lot. I was in the quick stop bathroom jerking off to Hustler. And Hustler wasn't even like full-blown pictures of like back in the days. Hustler would do pictures where it's like here's a cock and the tongue would be like, it wouldn't touch or anything like that. Big hairy muffs. Now fucking it's like, oh. But back then I had to imagine those two things. I'd pull the page together like a mad Fulton. But that's what I was doing at age 20. I was not buying a house or thinking about getting married. Not because I didn't want to. I always wanted to get married, but nobody would fucking talk about marriage with me. They'd be like, get some experience, come back. Then I did, and they'd be like, you're too experienced, get out of here. So when is it going to be? The house set you back, so it ain't going to be June. When's it going to be?
It'll be next summer, because I want an outdoor wedding, so.
Why outdoor wedding? You live out here and you want an outdoor wedding?
It'll be in the summer.
Summer's nice here.
Oh yeah.
Winter would be cold.
My man's still like fucking 20. She had to say it in front of 2,000 fucking people. How long did you guys drive to get here?
Like 45 minutes.
Same car? That dude drive with you? Did that guy drive with you? It's gonna be an interesting ride home. You know that dude's gonna get out of the car, you guys will be like, good night. Door's gonna close, you'll be like, why the fuck did you say 20? I've been there, man, I fucking know about it. It does burn, he goes, it burns. Well, good luck getting married, man. Stay married. I like the fact that you guys got fucking the shirts. You guys are, really? You're like, I don't want this. She's like, you better want it or else I'm going for 21. Congrats.
Hello, Kevin.
How are you, sir?
I'm excellent, thank you. Dude, a couple people ago, probably a half hour ago, took my question. It was about the mall. Why you choose here. Charlotte's here, I'm sorry.
I choose here a lot.
It's actually 2 questions, and the girl who was ahead of me who left the line had a question too, so it's kind of 3 questions.
Okay.
Growing up, I was a skateboarder, like maybe a lot of dudes were, so I kind of idolized Jason Lee growing up. Cool dude. There was a lot of rumors going around a while about how when he left skateboarding, he kind of became a jerk a little bit. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
I didn't know him as a skateboarder, so I've only known him as the dude who retired from skateboarding. When I met him for the Mallrats auditions, he was just like, I'm kind of interested in getting into film because I've retired from my other career. And I was like, yeah, right, I retired from the post office 3 months ago, you know. He's like, no, I was a professional skateboarder for 9 years. And I was like, get out of here. And he was like, I totally retired. So I've only known him as a retiree.
Not so much that he's a jerk, but he had a problem with people asking him a lot about his past career.
I would ask him about it all the time. I'd be like, dude, ollie that. And he'd do it, you know. So I never saw him as having a problem with it. And now he skateboards a lot, actually.
Yeah.
He got kind of back into it, which is weird because now he's got a kid. And now he's got, now you don't want to break your neck. Because you got somebody to take care of, and he's like, fuck it.
The other question about the slip-on Vans, like homage to Jess Piccoli.
It's not so much an homage, but that's the first place I ever saw them, slip-on Vans. And where I lived, they didn't sell them. Like, there was pretty much a California thing back in the early 80s. And I always wanted a pair because I thought I loved fucking Fast Times. And my parents would never get me a pair. They're like, those sneakers don't even have shoelaces. Why would we pay for something that doesn't have shoelaces in it? So I would take my white Keds and I would draw little checkerboards on them. The saddest pair of no Vans, faux Vans you've ever seen. So years later, I was up at the Universal City Walk out in Los Angeles in the Valley, and it's like kind of big theme area, lots of stores, movie theater and shit like that. And they had a Vans store there, and I was staring at the window, looking at the sneakers, going like, fuck, man, I always wanted a pair of those Vans, never got them. And I was like, oh, I'm fucking rich. And I walked in. I bought me like 9 pair of fucking 9.5 Vans, got on very big feet, 9.5, but no big feet, even smaller dick. And so I bought myself a big stock of them and whatnot, and I've been wearing them ever since for the last 3 or 4 years.
You haven't sealed the deal with Vans yet?
No.
Do it.
Yeah, I don't think they want a guy like me representing them, you know? Most people think of Vans, they think of active skateboarders and shit. They don't think of the dude that's just like, give me another beef and bean burrito, you know? Vans for your lifestyle.
The question for the girl that was ahead of me, she wanted to know what picture, like, you're going to be doing next fall. She heard something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to start writing something soon, and hopefully we're going to start shooting in October. I haven't said what it is yet. I'm still kind of keeping it close to the vest until I figure out exactly what it is. I have a really good idea of what it is, but I haven't started writing it yet.
Is it maybe the Range or Danger?
No, not Range or Danger. I'm going to wait a little while until I head into that, because that's going to be an expensive movie and has to look really good, and I just want to get a few more years under my belt, which is sad to say because I've been doing this for 12 years professionally, and I'm like, I'm not ready yet. I need more training, you know?
Just hit hard yet for that 70.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know if it'll give me 70, but that's definitely a 30, 40, $50 million movie, and I want to be able to bring something to it, visually speaking.
Awesome. Look forward to Clerks 2.
Thanks, man. Yes, I brought a clip with me to show, but there's no video here.
Damn.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
I have it. I can hold it up to the light. Maybe we can see it. Yes.
So I love your movies. Chasing Amy's my favorite.
Thank you.
It's just me, Amy's. And so you mentioned Brokeback Mountain, and you mentioned that you haven't seen The Aristocrats or Devil's Rejects. I write a newsletter for my film school in Minneapolis, and I'm compiling top 10 of the year 2005 list. I was wondering if you'd like to contribute.
I put it online. If you go to silentbobspeaks.com, I did my top 10 and my reasons why. I don't remember them offhand, but it'll save us a lot of time if you check that out.
I haven't done my research. On the way back to my seat, can I just run up and shake your hand, please?
You told, or you can ask me another question.
That's all I had.
Well prepared. Good meeting, man. Where do you go to film school? MCTC? Is that like a real school or one of those tech program? It's better than U of M? Is it one of those places you don't get a degree, they just give you a certificate that says you completed? You get a degree? Do they really teach you how to make film? Oh, really? So that's what I'm all about. Shit. I like that. When I went to film school in Vancouver, I went to one of those quick hit places that didn't really, now they exist in droves. He's walking on my fucking. Yes.
We all kind of dance around this question for screenwriters out there, but I was wondering, what's the process you go through when you start writing a script? Like coming up with characters? What is your process? Can you give us
the process always starts the same. It starts with my wife going, "We've got big mortgage payments due." I'm like, "Okay." Jane, Silent Bob, say snooch. I don't know, just kind of like the idea kind of brews and stuff. I'm of the belief that, and I don't think this is true for everybody, but I think it's true for me, that I only have a certain amount of ideas, and some people would say that's true, and that I've only made one movie over and over again. But I think I have a certain amount of ideas, and that's it. Because I find that whenever I write something, there are old ideas I had that wind up coming to bear finally, shit that I had. I think there's like a guff of ideas, and once the guff is empty, Jesus comes back or something. I don't know. It's a bizarre seventh sign joke. But I find that like no matter what the idea is, it's always fleshed out by ideas I had even before I wanted to be a filmmaker. Just shit that's happened to me or my variations of shit that's happened to me, because I tend to think about shit that like has made my friends laugh over the years. Like something I'll said that made them laugh, like I immediately catalog it and file it away, and then it's manufactured for use. I don't believe in wasting anything, which is why I always clear my plate. And that's why I'm overweight. Anytime I'm saying something to my friends and it makes them laugh, I file that away and shit, and that shit becomes like the meat of whatever the bones of the story are. And I just sit down and write. I'm not one of those like I need schedule time and shit like that. I just kind of sit down and write until I don't feel like writing anymore, and then pick it up. But once you kind of get going, you're cruising on the volition of like I like what I'm doing, and so you want to do it every day. It doesn't become a chore. I mean, there's some times where I just don't want to write at all. You know, people are like, do you ever get writer's block? And I never get writer's block, but I go through absolute periods of writer's lays where I'm like, I don't want to try to entertain. I want to be entertained. And I just watch a lot of TV and a lot of DVDs and sit back with the kid and watch shit that she watches, you know, just to enjoy it. That was one of the last times I got high too. I watched Dora the Explorer with my daughter, which is a really good show, but when you're high, it's a tremendous fucking show. Just a true mind fuck of a show. Have you ever seen it? That little Mexican girl running around with a backpack and shit and a talking monkey who wears boots and his name is Boots. I was fucking baked watching that with my daughter, man, and I was just like, that monkey talk, you know? And she's always encountering her villain, like the guy that's always trying to thwart her shit, Swiper the Fox.
Swiper, no swiping!
Wears a little bandit mask. And he runs around stealing shit, and like it's an interactive show, like where Dora talks to you. And, you know, when you're high, it's fucking fantastic because you become part of the cartoon. Like, basically, like, you know, she'll be like, can you help us find the sticky tape? and like you could see it in a bush behind her. And so she's like, where is the sticky tape? And at home you're supposed to be like, right over there, which I learned because my kid starts yelling at the TV. So Dora's like, where's the sticky tape? And Harley was like, it's behind you. And I was like, why is she fucking talking to me? And she's like, I don't see it, do you see it? And Harley's going, right behind you. And fucking 5 minutes in, I was way into it. So her and I are like, it's right behind you! Turn the fuck around, Dora! Don't look here, look at the camera, look at the fucking bush, it's right there! And you gotta help her find shit. You know, eventually she goes, oh, there it is, thank you. And you're like, you're welcome, you know, because you feel good, you helped her out. Shit, you know? Nobody can never say that I don't do shit for minorities, because I help Dora find her. But you always got to be careful of fucking Swiper, because Swiper runs around taking the shit that she's looking for. And the way to stop him, apparently, is pretty ingenious. Basically, you just have to say, Swiper, no swiping, 3 times. And they tell you this. So, like, you know, my kid hit me to it as well. She's like, Swiper's going to come, he's going to try to take something, and when he does, we have to yell at Swiper. I just wanted to be like, you idiot. This shit ain't real. But you get into it and shit, so you're kind of like, you know, fuck it, we gotta thwart Swiper. Swiper's the biggest threat we've encountered since Al-Qaeda. He's really trying to shit on Dora's parade. And I ain't gonna let that happen, because I'm invested now, you know? Totally invested in the world of Dora the Explorer. So Swiper, you know, starts sneaking towards some fucking thing, little piece of the map, little boot, whatever you need. And fucking you're supposed to sit there and go, Swiper, no swiping, Swiper, no swiping, Swiper, no swiping. And then he stops. And he goes, oh man. And just pips away. Which I thought was genius. So like, I was like, why doesn't that work in real life? Like, why can't you just be like, you know, no bombing of innocent countries, no bombing of innocent countries, no bombing of innocent countries. Oh man, you know, that really work. And that is the sum total of my political content for this evening. So me and the kid would get into the show, and I would just spend a lot of time fucking watching it with her and whatnot, wondering what's in that backpack. She's smuggling weed, you know. Where's she going all the time? And we really bonded over it, and it'll be years before I finally tell her, like, remember we used to watch Dora Explorer all the time? I was totally stoned. And I look forward to, like, when she's like 14, 15, 16, we can pop out the Dora tapes again, get baked together. Watch the show, you know, see if she enjoyed it as much as I did on that level later on. Because it's important to do shit like that with your kids. What were we talking about? Oh, so anyway, so sometimes I get lazy and I just want to do shit like that. Hang out with a kid, watch TV, just do anything but write. But when you're in the zone, when you're just like, oh my God, I just want to see how it finishes, I want to know how it ends, you just sit there writing. And it, you know, it's without sounding artsy-fartsy about it, it's a wonderful experience to write, you know, wonderful experience to create a world, play God, shit like that. It's like playing The Sims, but you make money doing it. And you feel creatively fulfilled at the end of the day. So there's nothing quite like it. Like in terms of filmmaking, those are my 2 favorite aspects are writing the script and editing the movie. Because both of them are just me alone in a room creating a world, you know? Like writing is very creative, of course, and then editing, you kind of get another bite at the apple. You get to do another draft of the script because you can pull shit out, move shit around and stuff. It's kind of like writing, but not. You're using the actual film footage and whatnot. So, I don't know. I don't really have a process. I mean, last time when I wrote Clerks 2, I just wanted to get out of my house for a little while because of so many distractions and whatnot. So I went to Vegas and I stayed at the Hard Rock Hotel for a week, and I would write all day long, and then at night I'd go play blackjack, lose a bunch of money, and then be like, I gotta get back to writing, you know? And I found that was really kind of fucking helpful for me. So I imagine when I go write this one, I'll actually go away. 'Cause back in the day when I would write shit, you know, before I was married and had a kid and whatnot, I could just throw people out of my house or just go to my office or right in my bedroom or something. But now I share space with people, and it's kind of rude to be like, get out of here. You know, just be like, we're married. You know, not for the next month. I gotta write. You know, so I should remove myself from the picture so I can get some shit done. So I find that's helpful. You know, some people write with the TV on. I can't really do that. I can't write to music either. No music with lyrics. I can write to score, but I can't write if there's music with lyrics. Because I'm writing shit, and then suddenly I'm just like, you know, you gotta work it out. Yeah. Don't leave me hanging on the back burner. Fuck, you know. So that's what works for me. I don't know if did that answer your question at all. I don't know.
Yeah.
It did.
Just wondering why you were, because I know some people like to structure, like having the end in mind and then writing from there. I was just wondering if you.
Sometimes there's that. Sometimes there's like Clerks 2, I knew where it began, ended, and I knew basically what it was about, and then writing it was just the discovery of what was going to flesh out that world. Because I'd had the idea for Clerks 2 since back before even, you know, before Dogma was even done. Like I knew there was the story that I wanted to tell with Dante and Randall, and then got scared about doing it, and then grew some balls and finally got around to doing it. Some things you come up with the idea, like Clerks. All I knew about when I was writing Clerks was I just want to write a movie about a dude who works at a convenience store. He's not even supposed to be there that day, and he gets killed. And that thing went out the window, you know. But that was like that was one of the only things I knew about the script when I sat down to write it. I was like, I know it's going to end with him getting shot and shit like that, and then that doesn't even wind up happening in the movie. So I don't know. It's a strange thing that kind of takes shape. So it's always a really fun process for me. And fun when I think about it. Just talking about it kind of gives me half a wood. Which is sad because you can't even see it. Sad for me. But it is kind of, I don't know, it's a wonderful thing to be able to write. You know, I can't do much else. I cannot fucking palm a basketball to save my life. I have chubby short fingers and shit. And when I was a kid, I always wanted to be able to do that and shit, like the fucking Metal Arc Lemon and the Harlem Globetrotters. Because secretly I've always wanted to be black. Can't do that, can't fucking do much of anything else. No good at athletics, no good at anything really. But I could write, you know. And that, I don't know, it's kind of a cool gift to have. If anything, like I'd take that over a big dick. Because I have no choice. And that's all I've ever known. I don't know, I wonder how the big dick lived though. There's a fucking writer right there. Fucking jumped on that. I just lobbed it up and he was like, it's great. I set that up for you, but whatever.
No, I totally understand, bro. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for coming out to Minnesota.
Thanks for having.
I hope you're enjoying our negative 35-degree wind chills today.
Oh, it's fucking murder, man. I went from building to car to building. Like I just did not want to be outside.
I actually sit outside just to enjoy the weather. One of the oddballs.
You do? You got into it and shit?
Yeah. I want to say I love the movies. Favorite one is the original Clerks.
Thank you.
I had a question about mall rats, though. One, they don't have a business fields cookies in the mall anymore, which bugs me. But is the mall that has the three-titted topless fortune teller actually a mall that exists?
It was a mall, the Dirt Mall. It was an auction mall, like a flea market, a weekend flea market thing. I don't know where it is because I'm not real familiar with the area. Monticello. Well, that's nearby, isn't it? Because I passed it on the way in. Really? Why didn't we do that? This thing here, that would have been awesome. Like we all gathered at the Dirt Mall. Because one of the only things I remember from that place is they had an actual standing kiosk dig dug machine. Like I don't remember, I mean, there was a woman who had her top off in that scene, and all I remember is dig dug. But it was based on, like we had a Route 1 flea market, like the exterior to the place in the movie, like the big entry when they come in, that's in Jersey. And it was like an old food store that closed down and they turned it into this big ass flea market where people rent tables on the weekends and sell shit. So we didn't wind up shooting in Jersey. We had to find the local fuck, I'm losing my sense of speech. Something that was as close as possible. God. What was it?
You said equivalent.
Thank you, the equivalent. Fuck. the equivalent, you know, the kind of Minnesota equivalent, and they didn't have anything that was exactly like the Route 1 flea market in Jersey, but they had this kind of flea market-y affair in Monticello, as they pointed out, and we shot there. So it exists. I don't know, does it still exist? There it is.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam.
I always wanted to have a giant rubber shit demon just to claim I could have one.
Right on.
Is it possible I could come up and just shake your hand?
Totally. Security. Good meeting, man. Thanks for having me.
He just stink bombed you.
Yeah. That's all right, because I carry that fucking shit, you know. Kills 99.9% of the germs. We call it fan off. Because I have that kind of fan base where people will shake my hand, they're like, I just stink bombed you, dude. Broke you rocks. And I'm like, oh, why would you fucking touch your asshole and touch my hand? Oh yeah, because I wrote about it. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had read somewhere that you raised $27 grand to make Clerks. I was wondering basically what most of the funding went towards.
Where'd the money go?
Yeah.
I don't see it on the screen, bitch. What'd you spend the $27,999 on? $26,999. Where did it go? Most of it, a good chunk of it, let me see, about $3 grand went to doing the final, $7 grand went to the mix. That was a big chunk. It cost us $3 grand to rent the camera, $1 grand a week for 3 weeks. It cost us, how much to rent the steam bag? Fuck, I forget. That wasn't as expensive. I think it was about $1,000 or $2,000 a month to rent the editing machine because we cut film at that point. The stock was pretty cheap. We didn't pay anybody, any actors, so that was out the window. So it was basically just the hard cost of renting things. Rentals were that was kind of the big chunk of the production budget. And then on the post-production side, doing the sound mix was $7 grand, and doing the final print, 16mm print with sound married to it was about $3 grand.
And one more thing, it was more of a request, as everyone's been doing it, but I'm doing a benefit concert for a friend of mine who recently contracted a really rare cancer.
Oh, what kind of rare cancer?
Adrenal cortical carcinoma.
I don't know what that is. What does it do?
It spreads rapidly and you don't find out about it until it's pretty much too late. But
It's never a good cancer, man. It's never like, my friend got this kind of rare cancer that just makes his dick really huge. Never hear about that good cancer. It's always the nasty, fucking terrible cancer. So what do you need?
Well, I was wondering if you would be able to maybe donate something.
Yeah, you got some contact info?
Yeah, I have some flyers here.
Go grab
for
them.
information.
Okay, give me one. Thank you. Yes, don't. We're running out of time. I don't need my ego stroked. That's why I'm standing here. Telling stories about my dick. Yes.
Yeah, ever since I've seen Dogma, I've had my prayers answered like this. I hear Alan S. talking to me like, I'm broke but I'm happy and everything's gonna be fine. It's rather disconcerting to have God talking back to you like that.
A dog speaks to you?
God, I'm sorry.
God, oh.
God. I mean, of all the people you have to go make Alan S. God.
Alan Rickman?
Alanis!
Alanis, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And, while I'm listening to God saying everything's gonna be fine, and I
hear Alanis' voice?
Alan Rickman.
Fine.
And Alan Rickman interjects saying, hang on, it's my turn to speak. Him being God's voice.
Security.
Speaking of Dogma as, the satire that it is.
Yes.
That professor.
Satire's been on the news lately in the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
And what's your take on that, since you've kind of pushed the envelope quite a while on?
You're referring to the cartoon?
Yes.
Ooh, I gotta tread lightly here. I don't know. I hadn't really given it much thought. I mean, when we did Dogma, I didn't think I was pushing the edge of the envelope. That was all kind of a surprise to me. Like, I didn't think anyone would be taking that seriously or be that upset. I thought they would see it for what it was, because I thought that movie was incredibly reverent. It just happened to have a lot And that's how I mix up my reverency. I like my theology with a good old fucking helping of. So when everyone kind of got outraged about it, and people were getting outraged without even having seen the movie, I was so fucking surprised. Then when the movie came out and people could see it, the outrage kind of went away, because people were like, oh, there's nothing really bad. In fact, what's bad about the movie is he still believes in God, that idiot. You know? So I don't know, I never thought about it as like pushing the edge of the envelope. It kind of surprised me that it was taken that way. What do I think about the cartoon thing? I mean, I've seen the cartoons. I understand one of the many tenets of that faith is that you're never supposed to depict, what's his name? Muhammad. So, I'm Catholic. So I mean, I certainly wasn't surprised when people got upset that they were not only depicting them, but drawing them in funny cartoons and shit like that, or not so funny cartoons. You know, there's one fucking school of thought that's like, oh, lighten up, it's a fucking drawing. But that's what they believe, man. They get tight about it. And it's just like, I can get my head around that. You know, nobody's been killed over it yet, except for the people who are protesting it, getting killed by the people trying to stop the protest. Like, nobody has been killed because of the drawing yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's been like, you drew it, bang, you're dead kind of thing. But people gather and protest, and then people wind up getting trampled on and shit like that, and that's just kind of sad to me. But and you sit there going, Jesus, it's over a drawing. Like, if somebody drew a picture of Jesus blowing Mary, I would laugh. Like, it wouldn't offend me at all. And I mean, maybe that does. Obviously, I'm not nearly as conservative as most fundamentalists are, but I don't know. It certainly doesn't rattle the core of my faith or rock my foundations. But I can appreciate that. For someone else it would. You know, like my mother would be kind of grossed out by that kind of thing. Grossed out, but I don't think she'd be like, you know, oh fuck, I'm never gonna open a newspaper again, or, you know, we got a fucking call for the blood of the person that drew this. She would just kind of find it distasteful. But I don't know, I was on the receiving end of fucking crazy people who got upset because I talked about something that they didn't think I should talk about, or they thought I didn't speak about it reverently enough. And we got fucking hate mail, 300,000 pieces of fucking hate mail on that movie. Because I was constantly updated by Harvey Weinstein going, you know how many pieces of hate mail we're up to now? And we eventually topped off at 300,000, and 3 of them were just flat out death threats. Like, not even just, most of them were just like, you should be ashamed of yourself. And when the ones that were pointed directed at me were like, you ought to know better. Because, you know, I was Catholic. But for Harvey and Bob, they went after him hardcore because they were fucking Jewish. So they just saw it as a big Jewish conspiracy against Jesus. It was weird because Jesus was Jewish, but whatever. But the one death threat I will always take with me, because I memorized it, because I couldn't believe it. It was directed at Harvey and Bob. It said, you Jews better take that money you stole from us and start investing in flak jackets, because we're coming in there with shotguns. Signed, your brothers in Christ. Which I was like, boy, what a contradictory. There's a bunch of dudes who read the book just didn't get it, you know? They're just like, all right, we've read the Bible. What do you get out of it? We got to kill some fucking Jews. That's what we got to do. So I never quite understood it. I can't wrap my head around that mindset. But at the same time, I'd like to think of myself as a somewhat sensitive person. And I can understand there's some people that get uptight when you kind of talk about the things that are important to them. I don't think there's anything somebody could say to me that would really fucking trip my wires that badly, though. Like, people could just be like, your wife's a whore, and I'd be like, yeah, but she my whore, you know. You know, people come at me about my movies and shit like that, and I just usually launch back and fucking make fun of them, too.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing that would put me off like that, you know. But and then it makes me a little sad, because I'm like, boy, I wish I believed in something that much that it would make me want to kill somebody for talking about it. You know, like if I was really fucking into Veronica Mars. Like, I like Veronica Mars. I think it's an awesome show. But if I was into it with a point where like somebody was like, this week's episode is not so good, and I just followed them to their house and was like, being dead's not so good, is it? We don't fuck with the Mars. You know? I don't have that in me. You know, I guess if somebody went after my kid and tried to hurt her, I think that would kind of muster. But that's different. That's not like offending a belief. That's like they hurt my fucking kid. But I can't imagine somebody fucking going after something that would make me uptight. At the same time, I understand that there are people that feel that way. I mean, if you think about it, like them getting upset about a cartoon kind of makes sense because they did kind of toss planes into fucking very big buildings to prove a point as well. So I guess it all makes sense. But the weirdest thing that came out of it was some Iranian, or I read this, Iraqi or Iranian newspaper, to prove their point, said like, we're going to run a contest that and have the entrants write and draw their most outrageous or offensive cartoons about the Holocaust. Which, it was Iranian, and I was like, that's so fucking bizarre. Like, but kind of oddly just. Like, they're like, look, you want to see how it feels? We're going to do this. But they picked the Holocaust because, you know, if it were me, I would have been like, look, we're going to fucking have a contest, and you draw Jesus doing fucked up, shoving a pickle up his ass, something weird, and you're going to see how it feels. But they went for, like, the Holocaust, and which I guess makes sense considering, like, the tension in the Middle East that always comes down to the Israelis or whatever. But one of the drawings I did see online that I was just like, that is fucked up, was a drawing of Anne Frank in bed with Hitler, and Hitler's smoking a cigarette, and he says, put that in your diary. Now, the sensitive side of me was just like, that's so wrong. But the other side of me, you know, I feel for the Jewish community. I feel for anybody that fucking died in the Holocaust, of course. But like, hey man, that was a pretty tight joke. Like that was pretty fucking ornery. And like, you know, some dude who did that cartoon was sitting around for years going, one day the climate will be right for me to draw my Hitler in bed with Anne Frank cartoon. I just hope nobody does it before me, you know? And then this contest sprouts up and the dude's like, I knew it, you know? But I thought they made a point though. But I didn't hear anybody getting really upset about that cartoon, about the Hitler and Anne Frank cartoon. I don't know. Those are the thoughts I have on it. I mean, I'm not surprised. Didn't surprise me. Because, like I said, one of the few things I know about the Muslim community or the faith of Islam is that you cannot depict Muhammad at all. So when I saw that there was a cartoon or that page of cartoons, when I first heard about the story, I was like, oh, this is going to turn into something fucking horrible. Got no answer beyond that, though.
I mean, do you find it similar to John Lennon's Jesus comment?
Well, John Lennon's Jesus comment was, we're bigger than Jesus? No, not at all. I think that's kind of, I mean, at the time, I guess the comment was made, what, in the 60s?
66.
Yeah, I guess that was in a period where people were much more fundamentalist in the United States. And I'm sure it fucking made people fucking bristle, but this is a whole different matter. Like, one of the tenets of their faith is you cannot depict Muhammad. So it's not like, oh, somebody said something about Jesus and that offends my sensibilities and how I feel about Jesus. Ain't nothing really says, you know, you can't fucking say you're bigger than Jesus anywhere. Not a tenet of the faith. To actually draw something that's one of their core beliefs is that he can't be seen, he can't be drawn, there can be no rendering, no photo, no picture, no drawing. I mean, you're just asking for trouble. And from what I understand, if I understand the story correctly, it was somebody in the editorial section of the paper calling out the newspaper going, you guys are too conservative, I bet you wouldn't even put a drawing or a picture of Muhammad in the paper. And so the newspaper was kind of dared into it, if I understand the story correctly. And they were like, all right, send in your submissions and shit. And it's just like, God, really? Like, be a little more responsible than that. I mean, I know the feeling too. I know like when somebody watch how I equate this to my life somehow. When you're online and somebody's fucking writing shit about you or about your movie and shit like that, and you sit there going like, I've got two ways to go. I can turn the fucking computer off or look at something else. I can go back to the fucking porn page, or I can respond to it and respond in a kind of hopefully witty way and cut them down and shit like that. And I know what I should do. I should fucking just walk away. Like, who gives a shit? Like, I'm happy. I love me. I love my life. Why do I give a shit somebody don't like me? But instead, I'll fuck it, I'm going to answer, and I'll spend like fucking 20 minutes responding to some jackass who's just trying to get my goat. So I imagine the people at the paper were just like, had two ways to go. One of just being like, let's ignore this letter, and the other being like, all right, let's take the challenge. And they really took the wrong route with it, man. Because I guess it's like really hurting, it's Denmark, right? Is that what it is? It's really apparently hurting. There's some butter factory over there, I was told. The supplies most of Iraq and Iran, the Middle East or whatever. And when they put the big ban on Denmark or the Danes or whatever, I guess the butter factory has since closed. And that's only been going on for, what, 2-3 weeks now? The cartoon scandal? Can you imagine how much fucking butter they must use to shut that place down after 2-3 weeks of a boycott? Like, who knew that they used crazy butter in the Middle East? Like, they must make a lot of fucking pancakes or something. Or there's a lot of Ruth's Chris steakhouses out there.
Steak and butter.
But it's sad, but at the same time, it's like, you really didn't need to be Nostradamus to see that one coming.
Can I come and shake your hand?
Totally. Shake the hand that the other dude shook. Thanks. Nice to meet you, because we still don't know if he stink bombed me. Yes!
Hi, I was just wondering how...
What does your shirt say?
You don't need drugs to be dope.
No, it's true, I guess.
Anyways, I was just wondering how it came about that Jay and Silent Bob got a cameo in Scream 3.
How did I feel about them getting the cameo?
Like, how did that come about?
How did it happen? The same people that finance our bullshit, finance that bullshit. And it was Bob Weinstein, who runs Dimension. And he called me up and was just like, he's got this very distinctive way of speaking. Kevin, we're doing Scary Movie 3. Not Scary Movie, Scream 3. Scream 3, and we think like it'd be funny if Jay and Silent Bob were in it. And I was like, I don't know, it doesn't make me laugh. I said, let me ask Muse. So I asked Muse, I was like, you want to do a day on Scream 3? And he was like, yeah, totally. I was like, all right, dude, we're in. We went out there and got to the set, and they gave us our own trailers. And shit, Muse was mystified by that because we were only there for a day. He thought we'd just be hanging out, like, you know, on the curb waiting to shoot and shit. But we actually had trailers. We went inside. Excuse me. And in my trailer, I had a T-shirt that said Scream 3. It was a gift from like Courtney Cox and David Arquette, and they'd given them to everybody. And then there was an envelope that had money in it, per diem, which they give you, you know, to walk around. It's walk around money on the movie set. Essentially, it's for if you have to walk off and get a lunch or something like that, or if you need to go buy cigarettes. But the weird thing is, they always feed you on a movie set 2 meals a day, and prop guy always has cigarettes. So essentially, it's like just coke and horror money, really. So it was $2,000, which was pretty fucking high for per diem and whatnot for one day. But it's based on a week thing anyway. So I was like, right on, $2,000 free fucking dollars. That's pretty sweet. I fucking heard Muse's trailer door swing the fuck open, and him rush over to my fucking trailer, banging on my door, go, "Moves, open the door!" So he calls me, Moves, and I open the door. I was like, "What's up?" He's like, "Did you fucking see the shit I put in my trailer? Give me a fucking shirt and $2,000." I was like, "Yeah, I got it too, but they gave me $4,000." He's like, "What?" I was like, "I'm just kidding." He's going, "Why'd they do this?" I was like, "Because it's per diem. Like, you know, we get per diem on our movies. Like, we don't get $2,000. We'll only be here for a day." I was like, "Yeah, but that's how they run it here, man. It's a bigger budget flick and whatnot." He's like, "This is awesome. We should do this all the time." I was like, "Dude, we do this all the time. This is how we make our living. Like, we've made movies before. You've gotten paid more than $2,000 too." He's like, No. I'm talking about you and me should just go around and just cameo in horror movies." I was like, "Why?" He's like, $2,000 and a shirt. So he was very excited about that whole thing. And then I guess the good thing about it is, like, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back kind of started germinating at that point, because we wound up shooting on that same fucking lot, you know, a couple of years later. It was the CBS Radford lot. And being on that lot, I started thinking about Jay and Silent Bob on a movie. Like, what were we doing there? And I was like, oh shit, that might be a movie. And I wanted to tie them in a little closer, but I never did.
Can I shake your hand also?
What?
Can I shake your hand also?
You want, really? You want to shake my shitty hand that 2 other people shook? It's totally fine. Nobody's ever like, "Can I shake your dick?" Nice, baby. Yes, sir.
Yes, I am wondering why you chose Morris Day and the Time to make a cameo in Jane Silent Bob.
What did I say, sir? I always wanted to be black. One of those black people I wanted to be was Morris Day. Morris Day was just so fucking smooth. Purple Rain, come on.
Did you meet them through Prince?
I never met him until we were making Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, but I'd seen them in Purple Rain and in Graffiti Bridge, and I was just like, fuck, that is the coolest man alive. Not just the coolest black man, the coolest man alive, you know? Dude would be like, he had a fucking manservant, be like, Jerome, give me a mirror. And he would fucking barely touch his hair and whip his comb away. I mean, I wanted to be that guy. Or be in that guy. Either way, you know, just love him, so it made sense.
That's all.
Thank you. Yes?
Hello. I just want to let you know, Prince makes his roots in the old people homes. That's all I can say, though. I think it's get me in trouble if I said anything more.
People, what is it?
Prince, he makes his way around the old people homes where Joe Boyd does.
Oh, he does go door to door?
That's how he does it. He doesn't go to regular people's homes. It's too nerve-wracking because people freak out when Prince opens the door.
So he does it, but he does it like when he knows the elderly people
Won't remember him.
Thanks for the magazine.
Right. And he probably doesn't show up wearing those outfits either, does he?
He can't even play.
You would scare an old person if you showed up wearing that fucking outfit.
Very sacrilegious for him. But I was wondering if you've seen the Star Wars fan films, Troops or Revelations.
I think I saw Troops. It's the one that's like the cops thing?
Yeah, cops.
Yeah. I never saw Revelations is the one where people made it themselves, but like looks fantastic and shit.
Yeah, it's studio back and it has like the guy who worked in sound for like the president and stuff. So
Right.
They have all the animation. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I never saw it, but I've heard about it, read about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
At this time, we have to cut the lines off. Everyone who is in line will get to ask the questions.
Cool.
That's not really a question. It's more of a comment. How are you? How many people are behind you? 5. All right, so you're one of the last, man.
I'm gonna go over it.
Heavy weight to bear. Don't be asking me no bullshit now. Gotta get close to the mic.
When Strike Back came out, you offered fans if they win 2 times the opening weekend, they sent in their tickets.
Not the posters.
Oh shit.
I was wondering what happened with that.
I've just been remiss. I haven't gotten around to it. At one point I was going to get around to it, and we had like stacks of posters, and we had this massive flood in our house.
Ooh.
And they got destroyed, and I had to reorder the posters, but I should really get around to it in a good karma kind of way, particularly before Clerks 2 came out. That would be wise to get to. But yeah, that's my fault.
Thank you.
Thanks for rubbing it in.
Since everyone got a handshake, can I get a hug?
You want a hug? Yeah.
I was wondering if she had.
You people are real tactile, you know? It's like, can I take it to a staircase? Probably make it easier. Is that what it is?
Keeps you warm.
That would make sense. How are you? Welcome. You look like my ex-girlfriend. It's kind of weird for me.
Yeah, I had 2 things. I was curious if you're ever going to come back to Minnesota to do a film, possibly film, or considered it before?
I don't know. I mean, I would never say never, but there's nothing leaping to mind right now. If I did, it would be damn skippy. It'd be in the summer.
30.
What's that? Oh, you need a permit to shoot in St. Cloud? Fucking good to know. That'll save us about $400. What is it? Really? So there's 4 towns, no permit, right on?
Oh, and then the other thing was I was curious, if possible. I mean, I can wait until after, but can I get a picture with you?
Let's do it now. Because after the shit's done, I'm gone. Fucking getting the fuck out of here. I was kind of hoping that we'd go early and then I could go to the mall, but they're probably closed by now. Anybody got a hookup at Eden Prairie?
Oh.
Yeah, you know someone there? Well, living in Eden Prairie doesn't give you a hookup for the mall, dude.
Do the seal.
That's good. Right on. You're welcome. Like nobody knows a night watchman or janitor or Eden Prairie? You know a security dude? The head dude? Does he work every night? Think he'd let us all in? It'd be hot, man. It'd be like Dawn of the Dead, kind of. What's that? Some chocolate covered pretzels. That's such a time capsule for me. Because right when I was writing the movie, that's when I discovered the chocolate covered pretzel. I was like, they do this shit now? Oh, the wonders of the future. Oh, is it this side? I'm sorry. Hey.
No.
I was wondering if you had read Ultimate Wolverine versus the Hulk.
I have not. I haven't read a comic book in over a year now.
See, I hadn't read comic books for a really long time, since probably Age of Apocalypse, back when Marvel was doing that years and years ago, but just thought I'd recommend it to you because I just read it the other day and my faith in Marvel Comics has been completely restored. Basically, like, the synopsis is that the Hulk goes insane because his girlfriend dumps him for Freddie Prinze Jr. And he kills 800 people in Manhattan, so S.H.I.E.L.D., like this government agency, drops a nuclear bomb on him and tells everyone that the Hulk is dead, but he's actually still alive and like hiding out in Nepal, so they hire Wolverine to find him and kill him. And Wolverine's like, I'm gonna do it for free because it'd just be a challenge. But that's just the synopsis. My real question is, I don't know, it's part 1 through 6. 1 is the
it's the 6th issue, is it?
But it's fucking sweet.
What is it? That's how it begins?
Yeah, he gets ripped in half and like, he's smelling his own legs like up a mountain 2 miles, and he's like crawling on his hands trying to get there. It's really rad. It's Marvel.
This went downhill real quick.
Good to know. You like Wolverine?
Yeah, I guess.
I will check it out, sir.
My real question was, the first time I ever saw Clerks was in the year 2000, and the girl I was watching with at the time, she told me that you keep a copy of the movie Magnolia on your desk to remind you never to make a movie that is that shitty. I was just wondering if that was true, because I just thought you'd probably dig it. I don't know if it was just hype or untrue, or I was just wondering.
If it was what?
If it was true, or if that was just,
no,
like, false.
It's not. I made the mistake once of saying, it's a big mistake ever saying anything about that movie. Somebody asked me what I thought about Magnolia, and I was just like, I wasn't into it. I thought it was really fucking pretentious and kind of self-absorbed. And I was a member of the Academy, I still am, and every year they send, a bunch of movies, the movies that are running for, that people are trying to get nominated for Academy Awards, they send you, back then it was tapes, and they started moving into DVDs. So I had Magnolia, I think I had a DVD of Magnolia, and so I said, I'm gonna keep that movie on my desk as a constant reminder of like how bloated self-indulgence could ruin a movie or some shit like that. Never certainly intending to keep it on my desk. I don't like something, I tend not to pay attention to it anymore. Putting it on my desk would only serve as a reminder that I didn't want. And so I made that comment on the fucking web, and people came after me. People that movie spoke to a lot of people, like really meant something to some cats. And fuck, did they come after me tooth and nail, like in a big bad way. Like, fuck you, all your movies suck. How dare you? And oh god, I was fucking miserable for a while. And I fucking like, you read their impassioned fucking defenses of that movie and whatnot. And why they were defending it, I don't know, because I wasn't really attacking it. I was just saying, this is how I feel about the movie. Granted, in a rather fucking harsh way, but still, it wasn't like me constantly on the fucking hunt for Magnolia. So years later, I popped it in, and I was like, maybe, sometimes you watch a movie, you're not in the right frame of mind, and then you watch it later on. Like, Talented Mr. Ripley's movie, first time I saw it, I was just like, ugh, it's pretty people doing simple things, like in pretty places. Fuck this movie. And then as a movie I grew to love. I think it's an awesome fucking movie. So I was like, maybe that's the case with Magnolia. Maybe I just need to give it another try. So I popped it in, watched it again. Nope. Still doesn't speak to me. I mean, it's not, which is fine. Not every movie has to speak to you, but the movie just doesn't really do it for me. And I'm happy that it has its fucking supporters. I'm just not one of them. And I love Boogie Nights. Like, I'm not against Paul Thomas Anderson. I just didn't really dig that movie. So that's it. But yeah, so I said something like that, but not something. Was the elevator scene with Brody and Brenda? Fucking, what was her name? Renee. Wow, that's a Freudian slip. Usually when you're making the flick, like it's the AD department's gig to quiet everyone down and shit like that. So it's never like, very rarely am I ever the one being like, shut everybody up, I hear people talking. Sound alerts like the ADs, and the AD goes and sends like a second or third AD to go take care of it. So I probably didn't even hear about it. I would have been like, bring those children to me. They shall be spanked. Or worse. But no, I didn't hear about it. But that was you? You were there when I was shooting the movie? I don't know, that was like 11 years ago. Alright. That's fine. God, that makes me feel very old. Why did your mom not let you watch it? Had she seen it herself? But I mean, how would she know not to let you watch the movie? Yeah. Oh, she just had like fucking no rated R until you're 20? You had one of those moms? I had one of those moms once too. Hey.
First of all, I just want to say congratulations on the weight loss.
Thank you, sir. I lost a bunch of weight recently. Don't applaud, let's keep things moving.
Secondly, you're kind of well known for your relationships.
You just know there's people out there going like, he lost weight?
Sorry. You're well known for your relationships and for being outspoken for both the good and the people that you don't care for as much. Has there been any other times that's gotten you in trouble, and like maybe the Weinsteins have said, really we shouldn't say that about Reese Witherspoon?
What about Reese Witherspoon?
Greasy.
Say anything bad or...
Have I ever said anything bad about
No, I know you said that. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, I keep missing.
Have the Weinsteins ever said, I really wish you would just shut the hell up and not say anything bad about him?
Right. No, I've never. That's an interesting question, one that nobody's asked, and it would be. You would imagine that they would be like, shut your fucking mouth. Just shut it. You're ruining our business for us. How are we supposed to cast Greasy Reezy in a picture if you call her Greasy Reezy? But no, I guess most people are able to differentiate, or people aren't as vindictive as me, I guess. Like if I was Greasy Reezy and I read about some fat asshole talking about me, I'd be like, who's he worked with? I'm never working with him again. You can tell him I said that and shit. Try to get me shit canned or something like that. But I guess she got better things to do. Not that vindictive. But, so no, they've never said anything about it. I mean, first year in the business, I was represented by CAA, a creative artists agency. And I long since left. I left in like 96 and went to this smaller agency called Endeavor, which has slowly become a bigger agency. And my agent at the time, like I did some interview in Film Fit magazine where I fucking tore into Chris Columbus because he was going to direct a Daredevil movie, or there was rumor that he was going to direct a Daredevil movie. And I was like, he's a fucking hack. Why would they let that dude do the Daredevil movie? You can't tell a fucking Chris Columbus movie, take his name off it, you wouldn't know who directed it. The dude's got no signature style, he shouldn't be allowed to make Daredevil, blah, blah, blah. And, it's fucking film threat, I'm fucking 23 at that point, just fucking young, dumb, and full of cum, cocky, had an edgy little movie and shit like that, talking to an edgy little magazine. Never thought twice about it. I got a call from my agent going like, you're going to need to write an apology letter to Chris Columbus. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that right after I'm done rim jobbing. She was like, I'm not fucking kidding around. Like, I got a call from his agent because they shared an agency. He was at CA as well. And he was really upset that you said those things in that magazine. I was like, you're fucking kidding me. She's like, no, he's really upset. You need to write an apology letter. Now, I was new into the business, so I was like, well, I guess that's what they do in Hollywood. They write each other apology letters or something like that. So I actually had to sit down and fucking write Chris Columbus an apology letter. And it wasn't until fucking years later that I realized I didn't have to do that. And it wasn't the only one I wrote either. Like, I had to write one to Ethan Hawke as well. My agent was always coming at me. That was one of the reasons I left her. She was always coming at me being like, you gotta write an apology letter to this person. And I'd be like, all right. It was like being in fucking school again. Unbelievable. But since then, nobody has ever asked me to apologize or fucking go back on anything I've said. Most people just be like, well, that's him, and they distance themselves from me. But I don't really talk about anybody that I give a fuck about, you know? Like, you know, my wife's like, oh, you're a big bridge burner. I was like, I'm not really a big bridge burner. I just burn bridges with people that I know I will never fucking want to have anything to do with. And that's not really burning bridges necessarily. That's just me being like, well, I'm never going to work with this asshole, so I'm going to talk about him, you know? Or I'm never going to work with this asshole again, so I'm going to fucking talk about him. Only if it comes up. I don't go out there in like a campaign and shit like that. But so many people ask me about fucking Breezy Witherspoon, I wound up writing about him and shit like that in that book. But nobody's ever, aside from Tori Metzger, my one-time agent, who asked me to write fucking more than one apology letter, nobody's ever asked me to rescind my comments or something like that.
Heard anything more about John Peters or?
John Peters, the guy who was the producer of the Superman movie, the dude who would go like this. I did the giant spider dude. My agent fucking had to deal with him on something. Oh, my agent reps Mick G, and Mick G was attached to do Superman at one point. So Phil, my agent, had to deal with John Peters all over again. And John Peters, he said, brought up the Evening with Kevin Smith DVD. And he's like, you're still repping Kevin? And he said, yeah. And he was going, I saw that DVD. And Phil was like, oh, fuck, here it comes. And he was going, I thought that was great, man. He's going, it was so flattering. And I was like, you're shitting me. And Phil's like, dude, he believed you were being complimentary. He took that whole thing as flattering. I was like, I thought that dude was crazy, now I'm sure. So apparently he was happy with it, you know. Nobody bothered to tell him, dude, he makes you look like a dick. So that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Hey.
So I remember reading a while ago that you had a preferred cut for Jersey Girl.
Yes.
And I was wondering if when you hear about all this criticism, it's kind of become the new Mallrats in terms of criticism. If you're just in the back of your mind, you're like, yeah, you can chuckle now, but I made a Weinstein cry. It was that good. Like, do you feel something?
Do I feel that? Oh, that's right, because Harvey Weinstein cried. I forgot about that. Harvey brought that movie up again recently because I was fighting to go to Sundance with Clerks 2. Like Jeff Gilmore, who programmed Sundance, was holding a slot for us. He was just like, dude, if you're done, we'll get you here. And I was like, dude, I'm done. Like, I got a cut of the movie done. We'd have to motor through post-production, like go through a real quick sound mix and shit. It would cost a lot more money, like tack another $500,000 onto the budget. But we could have hit a date. We could have hit that week in January. So I said, I want to do it. And he's like, we want you to be here. It'd be great. It'd be the only fucking sequel to a Sundance film ever to play at Sundance. And I was like, that's right. It's the 25th anniversary. Like Blair Witch 2 never played at Sundance. Or much of any place else, for that matter. And it was the 25th anniversary of the Sundance Institute, and it was just like, all the stars were lining up. And I told Harvey, I was just like, dude, fucking Sundance wants us to screen there, and I want to screen there in a big bad way, so we're gonna need another like $500,000 to motor through post-production. And he was like, nah. And I said, maybe you didn't hear me. Sundance wants us to screen Clerks 2 there. He's like, no, I heard you. He's going, I just don't think it's a good idea. He's going, we had a plan. Our plan is to go to Cannes. Let's stick with the plan. And I was just like, why, dude? But this is Sundance. It makes more sense. He's like, you don't need it. You don't need it for this movie. He's like, you really don't even need Cannes, but at least it's a place where we can kind of lock up our foreign sales and kind of debut the film a little bit on the world stage. He's going, it's more important that you get out there. He's going, you're very well known in the United States. You're not really that well known outside the United States, except for like English-speaking territories. He's like, Quentin and Robert are fucking huge overseas. In Japan, they worship him like a fucking god. And Robert, when Robert did Spy Kids, that opened him up to the foreign audience. He's going, we got to open you up to the foreign audience. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about the foreign audience, dude. I live in the United States. I don't care if a bunch of Frenches fucking like my movie or not. Like, I like anybody to like my movie, but like at the end of the day, I make movies that are very distinctly American. Like, they're people talking for fucking 2 hours straight, nonstop. Sometimes about really esoteric fucking like pop culture nuggets and whatnot. Shit like that doesn't always translate overseas. Like Clerks did really well at Cannes and whatnot, and played well in England and shit. And we won 2 awards at the Cannes Film Festival. But at the same time, it's like, I think that was one time lucky. I couldn't see that happening again. Like Dogma played over in France and didn't play that well. Played well in England. Chasing Amy did too, but I just don't think my shit translates outside of English-speaking territories. So he was just like, well, it's important to kind of break those open and whatnot. I was like, I don't care about those things, dude. Like, all I care about is fucking the domestic front. I care about the domestic press. Like, I want to see what the critics write about it because I took such an ass raping on the last movie. Like, I'm kind of hoping that they're kind to me this time around. And he's going, and he said, that's when he brought up Jersey Girl. He was like, you know what? Doesn't matter what they fucking wrote about that movie. That was a great film. And I was going, dude, you're high. Nobody agrees with you. He's like, doesn't matter. He's going, don't let them change your mind. You loved that movie once and you could love it again. I was like, I love the movie, but I get that a lot of people didn't love the movie. So he's like, but that doesn't make it wrong, doesn't make the movie bad. He's going, some people didn't like it, so what? He's going, there were people out there that didn't like Toy Story. I was like, who? I was like, well, when I find out who they are, I'll let you know. So, I mean, that's nice. It's always nice to think about, like watching Harvey Weinstein fucking blubber after watching that movie. It was kind of cool. Made him call his kid and shit like that. But it certainly didn't help with the box office. Would have helped if Harvey bought about 15 million tickets himself.
Did he see a different cut of it?
He did. He saw the long cut of the movie. The cut that we showed last year, we throw these Vulgarthon film festivals on every once in a while. And we did one last year in Los Angeles at the Cinerama Dome on Sunset, and I showed that audience the longest cut of the movie, or what I envisioned, like the thing that was closest to the script. And it played really well, but it played to an audience of people that were predisposed to our stuff. I mean, like they're fans, so I don't know. I mean, I saw that version play with a real audience when we did the test screening in New Jersey, and it just fucking went over like a lead balloon. But that was mostly the Jennifer Lopez stuff. So hopefully with some time and distance and people fucking that beneficent fades from memory, a couple of years down the road, people will look at it again because we hope to put out the director's cut of it, like the one we intended. And maybe they'll kind of revisit it and think of it in a different way, or see it in a different way, particularly if it's a different version of the film. But I think right now it's just too close to what happened, too close to that moment in pop culture history and whatnot. But I like it better. I like that longer version better. It is actually a better movie. But we were working under duress. It's just like there's what works for us and then what worked for everybody else. And that's the sad thing. I mean, when you're making a movie, you got $35 million tied up in it. People want to see their money back, and they want to hedge their bets and guarantee some returns and shit. So you wind up listening to the test screening audience and trying to fix the movie for them. And it's kind of a shitty process, because you sit there going like, well, where's the... People go like, how come movies aren't as good as they were in the 70s, man? And it's like, well, because they didn't have fucking test screening processes that ridiculous in the 70s. They'd throw it up in front of an audience, see how they reacted, and then see like, all right, well, how many screens are we going to put it out on? And then the business changed and shit when they put out Jaws and 500 screens, and suddenly they decided to rolling out movies wasn't wise anymore. Now it was all about putting it all out at once and fucking hitting everywhere in the country. And then it became more about, consumer filmmaking, or not consumer, conveyor belt filmmaking, just like the kind of, let's make a movie that satisfies the masses. And it's a difficult climate to make a movie, and for me, because I don't make movies that satisfy the masses. I make a movie that plays to like one person in every group. I'm so not soapbox, I'm just kind of telling you how I feel. And it's weird to work in that. Like, and people believe in you and shit. Like, Harvey still believes there's a $100 million movie in me somewhere. And after 12 years, I'm like, dude, there really isn't. And I've looked hard, it's just not fucking there. I don't do that kind of thing. I'm not talented enough. I can't write for the mainstream. I can only write for me and my friends. And that friends wind up being the audience that have supported us since like 1994. So, I don't know, it's a weird feeling, it's a weird business, but oddly enough I've been able to earn like a fantastic living at making movies that don't really play to a mainstream audience. Because by all rights, if you did the math, you'd be like, this dude shouldn't be making fucking $50 a year. But our shit always works out really well on video, DVD, so like I continue to work. Like for the people that are like, he sucks, and why do they keep giving him money? It really comes down to simple mathematics. It's not a case of like, oh, the Weinsteins love us so much. Those dudes are fucking businessmen. At the end of the day, they continue to work with us because we've always turned a profit for them. If you can make somebody money, they will always give you a fucking job. They will at least always ask you what's next. But if you can't make them money, try finding. Remember Miramax bought Happy Texas for $10 million? How many movies they made with that guy since they made that movie? Since they bought it? Very is that dude? You know, it's just like, those cats fade away, man. And it's because they didn't turn somebody a profit and whatnot. So when people go like, why this fucking asshole? It's because at the end of the day, dude, I've turned them a profit. Like, it's not even big ones, not enough to fucking build a studio on, certainly not as much as Quentin has returned or Robert has returned, but they can make money off of us, so they keep us around. You know, and I gotta believe somewhere in my heart of hearts that he likes me on some level, but really it's just business at the end of the day. Like, it's like, he can earn, he can stay. You gotta earn your keep and shit. So that's the sad reality of the business. All these little things that you learn as you go along and all the shit you've got to circumnavigate the politics of filmmaking. It's never as simple as, you know, like, I want to make a movie. It's not that, you know. That's what I always hoped that it was, but it's not that. It's like, I want to make a movie, but here are all the conditions that they're going to give you to make that movie under. And the one trick that I've learned over 12 years is the lower the budget, the more freedom you have. It's that simple. Because if you're not risking a lot of money, like with Clerks 2, like I said, man, it could be a complete colossal blunder theatrically, and they'll still fucking make money on it on DVD. So based on that, they don't give a fuck. It's $5 million, it's a write-off. Like, they know they're gonna earn off it no matter what, so you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. And that's the freedom. That's like where you get to make the movies that you want to make and shit like that, where you're not gonna have to listen to some cat in a test screening telling you gotta cut fucking Jennifer Lopez out of the movie because, you know, he don't like her, he thinks she's overexposed, you know. Never mind how her character arc plays out in your film. He's just tired of seeing her on fucking MTV or some such shit, or the cover of Us Weekly all the time. So the lower the budget, man, the more freedom you got. And there's ultimate fucking freedom in doing it on your own, doing it with your own money, or money you can raise off other people's backs, friends and fucking family and shit like that. Because the moment you accept a check from somebody else, you have to accept their opinion. And that sometimes can be problematic. You have to learn how to negotiate with those people, like how to give them something while still retaining what you set out to do. It's not easy. It's all the shit that, like, you just learn as you go along, and it's a weird dance that really preoccupies so much of your time when you'd just rather be sitting around imagining things for Jay and Silent Bob to stick in their ass or something like that, you know? Just something that would be fun to do as opposed to figuring out the politics of how to get a movie made. But it's just the nature of the beast. Did I even answer your question? I went off on a little diatribe. Did I get it? Right on. More? Are we done?
No.
Right. Thank you, sir. Yes. Hi. I'm sorry, say again?
Jersey native, born and raised.
Where?
Harrison.
Harrison, I got relatives there.
Really?
Yeah, the Appletons.
Very cool.
You don't know them?
No, don't, sorry. No, probably everybody else. I had a question about Dogma. I really love that film. And I always think it's interesting when someone approaches theology in a different way. And I was just wondering if a lot of the themes that you brought up in that were things that maybe you struggled with your own idea of religion and Catholicism while growing up. And also, who do you plan on voting for Best Picture?
Where did Dogma come from? Dogma came from growing up Catholic, going to Catholic school for 8 years. That's what my parents' investment in my tuition got them, was Dogma. And they were none too happy about it. But it was just all the weird shit I would think about when I was in church, when I was a kid and growing up and whatnot, forced to wear that dopey uniform, green sweater, green tie, white shirt, green slacks, you know. Nobody looks good in that outfit. But it was just shit that I was the kind of kid that, like, every time they would sing, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord," I would be like, But was still, I'm still a believer. I still believe in God and shit. I have a very spiritual side to me. So it was kind of balancing those two sides in that movie. That's what it was kind of about, the corporal and the spiritual, and how just because you think some dopey, stupid stuff doesn't mean that you can't love God or vice versa. So that's kind of where it came from. And what am I voting for Best Picture? Brokeback. That's what I'm going for. Thank you. What are you voting for? Are you? Are you going for Munich? I thought Munich was a little dry. Somebody yelled Munich. I thought it was a little dry. I thought it was just kind of like 3 hours, and at the end of it, one dude won't go eat at another dude's house. Well made. Like, that dude is clearly a fucking genius. genius and really knows how to direct a movie, but like, if you were going to make a statement about collateral damage in any war on terror, any war whatsoever, you would have let that little girl blow up, answer the phone and blow up. You know what I'm saying? Since the story's made up, like the part about the kidnapping and killing of the Israeli athletes is true, but the rest of it is conjecture and whatnot. So if you're going to make up a bunch of stories about how Mossad sent many people out to kill off the conspirators, why wouldn't you could get away with letting that little girl get blown up? And that would make such a more profound statement about the collateral damage of somebody with no politics involved in some kind of skirmishes, involved in some kind of war, some kind of no-win scenario war. And having that little girl walk away was just such a Spielbergian moment. You know, I expected to see fucking E.T. be like, phone home. You know? Or in that case, don't answer phone home. So that kind of that took a little bit away from Munich for me. But I think it was well made. But it just didn't feel like the best picture of the year for me. But that whole thing's fucking arbitrary, right? Anytime they're like the best, like the Olympics right now. My old lady likes to watch the Olympics and she's always like, oh, how can you not like this? It's so inspiring, the best of the best. I'm like, these people aren't the best. These are the best of who joined. Like there's somebody out there involved in the Olympics, probably a way better fucking skier than this fucking dude. Certainly better than the fucking chick that took a tumble. But, you know, the Academy Awards, the same thing. So stupid and arbitrary of like, these are the best of the year. It's not. There's no fucking such thing as the best of the year. Because it ain't my best. It's all subjective, right? Like, why ain't fucking War of the Worlds up for Best Picture? That was my favorite movie of the year. How come? I love seeing huge fucking Martian robots walking around, trampling people and blowing them up. That to me is the best picture of the year, man. Like that, he made more of a statement about collateral damage in war in that movie than he did in Munich. Shit. People are just like, well, that's the popcorn entertainment movie. Fucking like, boy, that movie did it for me. But why isn't that fucking up for the Academy Award? I just don't believe in that whole best thing. And they give little nods to that by getting rid of, like they used to say, and the winner is, and then read the envelope and shit. And now they go, and the Oscar goes too, because they celebrate the philosophy of they're all winners because they're all nominated. But that's horse shit, man. A lot of great movies don't get fucking nominated. What about Joanna Mann? That is, by process of elimination, that is probably somebody's favorite fucking film of all time. And probably to them, that was at least the best film of that year. They didn't get a nod. Very arbitrary. Yes.
I was wondering if there's any hope of you reviving the Clerks cartoon.
Clerks cartoon, yeah. We're talking about doing, we've been talking about it for years now. We're finally going to get around to doing it. A straight-to-DVD movie called Clerks Sell Out. And it's about Dante and Randall are so bored one day sitting around the convenience store they decide to make a movie about working at the convenience store. I pitched that to Harvey and Harvey's like, you really have run out of ideas, haven't you? So pretty much it. So we're going to start working on that this year. Closer to the mic.
I heard about these Nothing Can Kill the Grimace shirts.
Yeah.
Where can I get one?
We didn't. We made them just for people that worked on the show. So those are the only ones that were available. But we actually might start making them because so many people have been asking about them.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks, man. Yes.
Puppetry. Anyway, my question is, well, first of all, a friend of mine's wife actually did have Prince come to her front door on a Sunday morning at 10:30.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah.
Was he dressed up? And
he was in like the real pimp suit and nice shoes that have a little hip.
Yeah.
So,
he wears
my question is though, I got really into Your Boring Ass Life. I got really involved in that, really interested. It was a lot of really good writing, which I've come to expect from you. One, two-part question. One, when is the next update coming? Because it's been a while. And two, have you ever been approached or considered a reality show about me?
No, nobody's ever approached me, and I would never consider a reality show about me because it would be really reality boring. That reality TV is so out of control. I just read about a new show that they're doing in Variety when I was flying out here, and the show is called Unanimous, and this is the plot of the show. They're shooting it right now. They lock 15 people in a bunker, and they have to decide before they're allowed to get out, they have to decide which among them gets $1.5 million.
Yep.
Isn't that fucking dumb? Like, that's just one step away from fucking being in a death camp, you know? Except you're not gonna die. But still, it's like, you're literally trapping yourself in the hopes that somebody is gonna break and be like, just fucking give it to him, I wanna go home, you know? It's so dumb. I got no interest in reality program. I liked writing that because I thought it was kind of cool I never really kept a journal or a diary. It was kind of nice to have something where I'm like, 5 years from now, I can look back and see how many times I took a shit that day, you know? For those that don't know what we're talking about, there's a website called Silent Bob Speaks, and on it I have this blog that I was writing religiously every day called My Boring Ass Life, and it was literally a chronicle of everything I did every fucking day, from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep, and sometimes it was very graphically detailed, and talking about shitting and fucking my wife and just everything that I did I fucking put in there. And then I got wrapped up in Clerks 2 and it just kind of fell by the wayside. When the next installment is going to be, I don't know, I got to get back to doing it soon. Now I've been taking an approach lately of writing more essays than just the chronicle of what I did, because that was just, after a while it got boring for me. Because I read back on it, I was like, fuck, I don't really do anything except shit and fuck.
And read your email.
And read email, yeah, and watch Simpsons reruns. Like every fucking one of them ends with me falling asleep to The Simpsons.
Yeah, a lot of them ended with you and your wife falling asleep to either news radio, The Simpsons, or something else.
Law and Order as well, yeah, I started living up to the title of My Boring Ass Life. It started boring me. So now lately, the few updates I've done, I do more like just thought pieces. But I don't know when the next one will be. Next one I gotta do is write about Battlestar Galactica, because I fucking love that show. Isn't it fucking genius? It's such a great show. I had no idea. Time Magazine named it as like their favorite show last year. I was like, they must be on crack. Like Battlestar Galactica, and so I bought the season 1 box set and I wrote me in for the first fucking 15 minutes. I was like, this shit's brilliant. And they just turned it into like the miniseries was great, but the whole series itself is just this allegory on the war on terror. And it's fucking astounding. It's just so well written, so well acted and shit. I mean, it was like an episode a couple weeks ago about forced abortion. I was like, what the fuck? That is so brilliant in Battlestar Galactica. It's so strange.
Well, the Cylons are a lot better looking this time.
Yeah, the Cylons do look kind of cool. I miss the robotic ones though.
Thanks, you're great. I love your films.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
How's your anal fissure doing?
My anal fissure is healing nicely, sir. I had a fucking anal fissure for a while. I wrote about it on that website. It's pretty bad. I can tell you about it if you really want to hear about it.
That's why I asked.
Problem is, it's an hour-long story. I've timed it. It is an hour long, so I don't know if we want to get into it. But it is actually pretty funny. But we should kill the people online. Not kill them. Before I can tell you this story, we gotta put these people to death.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Clerks. You told me about the DVD set. I listened to all the commentary. Episode 4 was probably my favorite.
Which is episode 4?
The one with Judge Reinhold.
Judge Reinhold, yeah. The court case.
The banana.
It was just spectacular.
Thank you.
And although I was interested in the future of the cartoon, I'm more wondering now, like, how was that experience for you? Was it just a good overall experience? Because I know I'm commercially failed.
Yeah, well, putting it together was an interesting kind of educational experience. First time I had to write with other people, and that was really strange, and then I kind of got my head around it after a while. Putting it together was great, like watching the characters develop and the drawings and whatnot, and watching Chris Bailey like create the world and kick stuff back and have him bring in new stuff, and watching it improve. It was really cool. And then when we pitched the show, ABC was in 3rd place. They were willing to try anything, and they picked up 6 episodes of the show. By the time we turned the show in, they found the thing that worked, and that was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which they went from airing once a week to like almost 5 nights a week. And so we turned in our cartoon, they're like, we fucked this. Regis, So they moved us, like we'd had a spot on the Super Bowl that year, because I guess ABC had the Super Bowl, and they put a spot for the cartoon on. We were supposed to debut in mid-season, which is like January, February. And then once Who Wants to Be a Millionaire took off, they opted to shit can us to to the summer season, out of the seasons. Like essentially, it's a summer start series, which is historically death for almost every show in the history of mankind except Seinfeld. That's what they'll always throw at you. They're like, Seinfeld started in May, started in June. Seinfeld started in June. And I'm like, dude, I know we're not Seinfeld, you know? Like, I've watched the show, trust me, we're not Seinfeld. So once the writing was on the wall, it was just kind of like, they were going to burn off our episodes, they weren't going to fucking make anything, give us money, make any new ones and shit. I just started crying foul. Just went out to the press and compared Michael Eisner to a prison rapist. Excellent career move. But it was, you know, at the end of the day, everything worked out because, like, when it came out on DVD, they sold a shitload of copies. Like, they only ever aired 2 episodes. ABC aired them out of sequence too, but they aired 2 episodes and then pulled the plug and put Drew Carey reruns in our place. And we had some, like, now, what would now be considered pretty decent ratings, like decent enough to stick around, but then wasn't good enough. I think we had, I mean, I was astounded. We had 7 million people watch the first episode. And I was like, 7 fucking million people watch the show? That's the most people have ever watched anything I've ever done. Because if you did the math and you're like, I don't know, let's say fucking movie tickets are $10 a pop, 7 million people, that's a $70 million opening weekend. I don't think my movies combined have made $70 million. So more people watched that show than had seen my movies combined at that point. So I was like, that's great, right? They're like, no, it's terrible. I'm like, we got different standards, man. So at the end of the day, when it came out on DVD and moved a bunch of units, and everything felt like we were kind of like, we won, but it was a hollow victory at best. But still, like, I love watching those. I think they're really good. I think we did a good job with them, you know, and I think that people seem to fucking like them quite a bit, but I'm happy we did them.
And I'm wondering, instead of shaking your hand, can I touch your bald spot?
Touch my bald spot? Yeah, totally. What kind of fucking eager to please idiot am I? Thank you. I am the kind of guy that would just anything to make you happy. Not just you, but people in general. There's this chick, Michelle Larry, I used to fucking fool around with and whatnot. I remember once she was like, I would really like to smoke while you eat me out. And I was like, all right. And it was so like, you know, I didn't think about it. And she put the fucking ashtray on my back. That's the product of growing up a fat kid. Just they want to please everybody and shit, so they don't fucking call you fat or kick you out of their bed and shit. So you go out of your way to fucking accommodate people. I'm such an accommodating person. Dude's like, let me touch your bald spot. I'm like, go ahead. Yes.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey.
My name's Nick. I'm a musician, and I've had a lot of people tell me that my music would be good for soundtrack work.
Right on.
And I'm wondering if I could submit some of it to you.
You sure?
Okay. How can I do that?
Just send it to me.
Okay. And also, I'm wondering if I could shake your dick. I mean, him.
I knew it finally. Somebody was finally like, I want to shake your dick. It was going to be a dude.
I look like him.
Thanks, man.
I say this because a friend of mine has experienced this. When you wrote Clerks, a lot of your personal life came into the movie. Did you ever get snowballed?
Did I ever get snowballed? Let me think. Not then. But just as like I've had people be like, dude, I stink bombed you. I've had some fans of the movie in my bed who'd be like, what would be the best way to impress this guy? I know, I'll spit his cum back in his fucking mouth. Sometimes it's just accidental, like fucking, every once in a while I kiss somebody that's just blonde. I'm not one of those dudes that's like, fucking wash it out, you know, I'm like, whatever, it's fine.
Another quick question, would you be doing a roadside attraction at St. Cloud State anytime soon?
I don't know, we were talking about doing some more Tonight Show stuff. I haven't done it a bit in a while, because I got preoccupied with other stuff, but I don't know if we're going to do roadside attractions or if we're doing something else this time around, like changing up the format. But I will not say no, but I will say that it's probably not likely. Once people find out that it gets to be fucking 14 below here, I don't think I'm going to convince anybody to come back unless it's summertime. Is it colder? That's right, it would stand to reason at night it would be colder. Fuck! I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking, it's gotta warm up. Maybe after the show. Everybody else, that's my shit. Yeah, totally.
Same hand.
It's a nice gesture, but I don't know why bother. If I was a person, if I was someone at the mic, I'd be like, can you give me a blowjob? I'm a big fan. Can you suck my dick? I've supported your work for 12 years. Do something for me. Shaking the hand is a very nice gesture. I'd be requesting a lot more. That and being said, what's your question, ma'am? Chasing Amy was definitely still my favorite up until I finished Clerks 2, and then Clerks 2 superseded it. I think Clerks 2 is a better movie. And maybe I just feel that way because I don't identify with Chasing Amy anymore. Like, you know, I wrote that movie at a time when I was like Holden, and after working on that movie, I got over any fucking hang-ups I had about chicks who fucked other people before they fucked me. Like I said, I got to a point with it where I was just like, I want to be with chicks that fuck other people, have fucked a lot of other people. So they bring some fucking experience and shit. Show up with a strap on. Be like, I'm gonna teach you some shit, fat boy, you know. So, you know, now I look at Holden, I'm just like, oh God, I can't believe I was ever that guy. But Clerks 2, you know, I think it's a better looking movie, and storytelling is more informed, and also just speaks to me where I am right now in my life. Because Clerks is about what it was like for me to be in my 20s. Clerks 2 is about what it's like for me to be in my 30s. So I relate to it a lot more. You want to take a picture? Sure. Hey.
We're just fans. We like your stuff. We think you're funny.
I heart nerds. It's genius. Where were chicks like you when I was a kid?
We just want to give you a t-shirt.
Okay.
And invite you to an event on Sunday. You might not be here, so we got a couple tickets.
I'm definitely, hold on. Oh, dude, we getting two for the price of one? Right on. Take. Got it. Thanks, man. Good meeting you. There's a lot of armbands. What do they say? Yes. Is this that Lance Armstrong one?
This is the Lance Armstrong one.
So at least you got that and the rest of the knockoffs?
Just 2 or 4 Vikings. This is Stay Back, Stay Alive on Transportation. Minnesota Twins, 3X Do Drink, 3 less 50 for Big Brothers Big Sisters. Plasma, this one a friend gave me because I'm big into him, and he donated 5 units of plasma. And then Power of Pink for breast cancer.
It's a lot of causes, sir.
It's a charity. Yeah, I don't buy them. Or so.
Good man. You got a lot of heart. A lot of free time, apparently, too. For charity work. I remember reading an article about this thing that was going through the high schools where girls get blowjobs and get bracelets. So the bracelets that they have signify how many blowjobs they've given. It's not bad.
That guy had it out of a bracelet.
I'm sorry. What kind of shirt is it?
It's a Minnesota Roller Girl t-shirt.
What is it? Minnesota what?
The roller derby?
Roller derby? There's roller derby here?
Yeah.
Really? You guys fight it out and shit? Hey, really? I've always wanted to see that kind of thing. Girls beating each other up. On skates. They're saying, you know what? Give them to somebody, because who am I going to give them to? Who wants to see some? I'm sure, but I mean, all right, first one to show me their tits. Yet again, it's a guy. miss me anymore.
Go thank the girls.
Fucking protection, moral support and shit. I got your back, buddy. So you guys just let it. Where'd you go? So you guys fucking skate and hit each other and shit? That's awesome. You do it? You one of them? You wear protective gear or no? And it's a circular track, just like in rollerball? The old one, not the bad remake? Really? They go into the what? Into the crowd? Ooh, so there's extra chance of somebody else being hurt outside the sport. That's pretty good. Right on, man. I never met a roller derby person. It's not all that much to it, is it? It's just like meeting everybody else. I guess until I actually see you guys roller derby and there's no effect. It's just me imagining you two with colored hair rolling around punching the shit out of each other. I wish I could see that. Every Sunday you guys do it? Oh, you travel around and do it? Where is it? In St. Paul? So do you take it anywhere outside of Minnesota? Really? There's like a trophy involved and shit? So is it a team or do you compete against each other? How many per team? And do you all 13 out there at once, or is it like, you know, tag team and kind of like only 4 go out and 2-minute jam intervals, and then 5 race off and the 5 new ones come on? And what is the point? Is it's a race? That's pretty hot, man. Had to be some man made that sport up. Going, how can I get girls to roll around on skates and beat the shit out of each other? I know, roller derby. Is it all girls or are there guys too? All girls? That's hot. Clothes, right? Not nude. Just saying, that might be better. Thank you for the shirt, though. Done over there? Done over there?
Anal fissure!
What?
Anal fissure!
Anal fissure? What time is it? 11:15. I don't know, these guys are gonna get tight if I'm up on stage. Shit, they're all here. Is there enough time to tell one last story? I gotta ask that because I got shit to do. Is there enough time to tell one last story? One last story? One.
Woo!
The problem is the story's an hour long. So I was, I've always had like a problem with hemorrhoids, my whole life. And I never really thought much of it. First time I got one, you know, it's just like, wow, something hurts around my asshole. Started looking funny at my uncle. But then I figured out what it was. Somebody told me, my mother's like, oh, you got hemorrhoids. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, oh, it's just like you get something really hard in your butthole. And I was like, that doesn't sound comforting at all. That doesn't sound like a medical condition. That sounds like...
Uh-oh. They're all
As we rush to the stage, it's putting a real crimson kind of slow rush where like, you will be ours. So I had one that really started to fucking hurt me in a big bad way. And it felt different than I'd ever had before. It felt like I had a hemorrhoid on top of a fucking hemorrhoid on top of a hemorrhoid. Like a fucking 3-tiered effect. And it was making it insanely fucking painful to take a shit. It was like I couldn't see it, right? Because I can't even see my dick. I really can't see my asshole. But it felt like what I imagined my wife's episiotomy felt like. Like I was there for the birth of our daughter, and I was holding her leg and shit like that. And I was set to cut the umbilical cord, and the doctor was like, "You're gonna have to, if you're gonna cut the cord, we're gonna keep a chair behind you, because you might want to fall back into the chair, because some people get faint at the sight of blood." I'm like, "Oh, I'll be fine." She's like, "But it's a weird feeling cutting through, membrane." And I was like, I don't need the chair, I'm totally good. What she didn't tell me about was at one point, she was gonna reach over, grab a scissor, and cut my wife from the bottom of her vag to the tip of her asshole, without fucking warning. Like, they're watching the kid come out, and the baby's crown, and the head's coming out, and you're like, oh my God, it's the miracle of fucking life. And all of a sudden the doctor reaches over, grabs a scissor, goes snip, and cut the best part of my wife to the second best part of my life, just... Out of the fucking blue, man, no warning whatsoever, and I'd never seen human flesh cut before. Like, I've grilled steaks and shit, sometimes you trim the fat off. It was insane, I'd never seen somebody, a horror movie, it's always fake, they stab a motherfucker in the eye, and you're like, it's a dummy. I watched another human being take a knife to another human being and fucking cut, and it freaked me the fuck out. I immediately looked at my fucking wife to see if she was like, and she wasn't, because she'd had this epidural where they give you a spinal and it knocks you down from the waist down, knocks you out from the waist down so you don't fucking feel anything, because you're passing, a fucking human being through your hips and your vag and whatnot. So if she didn't feel that, she didn't feel fucking the snip. And it was fucking nuts, because I was the whole time, our kid was born, I had a child. And it was a child that we talked about for months in theory and never knew what she looked like. And finally we got to see her. And all I could talk about was like, but you don't understand, they cut your fucking pussy, man. I saw it. It was right there. You didn't feel that shit? How could you not feel that? She got real tired of that conversation real quick. She was a trooper though, man. After fucking it was, you're supposed to wait a while because they stitch you up afterwards. The reason they cut you, do the episiotomy, is that you don't tear while giving birth. And I guess there are two schools of thought, but one school of thought is that tearing takes longer to heal than sutures. Like then if you cut it yourself, made an incision and did sutures later on. So that's why they did the cut. So they stitched her up and whatnot. And she would talk about how it hurt. But she was a fucking trooper. 1 month after that kid was born, 1 month after they fucking cut her, she was ready to get back on the fucking horse. And I was like, are you sure, man? Like, what if I pop one of your stitches? And she's like, you're not gonna pop anything. I was like, right on. So I imagine that's what, since I had seen something like that, that's what I was seeing in my mind's eye about my asshole. Something that just fucking, like somebody had gone in there with a scissor and cut me from balls to fucking, to brown, just... I kept complaining about it to the wife, and she's like, oh, you fucking don't know from pain. I gave birth. I was like, yeah, but you were on drugs. Like, I'm not on drugs, this shit hurts. And when I had hemorrhoids, I would always use these Tux medicated pads that are, if you've never used them, get them. If you've got hemorrhoids, even if you don't, they're awesome. Even if you don't have hemorrhoids, get fucking don't wipe with toilet paper, man. Wipe with the wet wipes. Like they sell these flushable wipes and shit like that. You should always be wiping your ass with something wet because it cleans it out. Like when you wipe it out with toilet paper and whatnot, I know it happens to everybody, but nobody likes to talk about it. Your finger rips through it, and you wind up getting shit on your fingernails. Fucking told it happens. And you sit there pulling the shit out in the bathroom, and fucking triple washings so that nobody smells that fucking fecal dust all over your fingers. And for some reason, the wet wipes don't tear. And also, it's something cleaner. Like, wouldn't you rather wash it out? Like, you go in the shower, you don't fucking take toilet paper in there, you fucking soap it up, get the water, and run the canal down to your ass. All that shit. So like those wet wipes make sense, and Tux medicated pads are wet wipes that have witch hazel on them. So when you wipe your ass, like after you take a shit when you have a hemorrhoid, it really fucking hurts because it's like shit passing over something that's already inflamed and kind of throbbing and hurtful. Like Muse gets hemorrhoids all the time. One time I took a picture of it. And we hung it up on my office door for years. And it just looked like he had a little clit on his asshole, Just a real little nodule that just sat there and shit. And that's the only hemorrhoid that I've ever seen because I can't see my own. So you use those Tux medicated pads and you can wipe and there's this like, ooh, because it's soothing at the same time. It's cool and whatnot. So I was telling the wife, I was like, this shit really fucking hurts, man. She's like, well, why don't you go see a proctologist? And I was like, I can't do it. Can't fucking commit. Can't, go to an ass doctor. Like, I have no problem with people shoving shit up my ass, to be honest with you. Like, I've gone to a colonic clinic a few times, and that's where they put a tube up your ass and then blow water up you, and then backwash the water. And what it does is, as the water travels in the opposite direction, it forces all this material that's been sitting in your villi for fucking years to dislodge, come free, and be flushed out of your body. So the shit that's in your body and the amount of shit I eat that's like, manufactured, fucking man-made, toxic bullshit. Like, I was watching shit come out of me because it's a plastic tube, and then when they backwash it, you could see the shit come out. I saw ring dings I ate when I was 8 years old, Just shit that's been lodged in there forever. And that prevents you from, absorbing vitamins and minerals and shit through your villi and through into your system because it's clogged with all this nasty fucking shit. Old hot dogs, pennies, anything. So, you kind of lay there on your side and they lube you up, and it's so weird, like, whose job it is to jam fucking plastic tubes up people's asses and make small talk with them while they're filling you up with water, But people do it. They're really cool about it, They're really, suddenly you forget that you're just in the most awkward position of all time, and it's just like talking to anyone else, and they just happen to be way involved with your asshole. And they slip the tube into you, and they put the water on. It's essentially like somebody shoves a hose up your ass and turns the water on, but slowly, and it's not cold water. It's actually kind of room temp. And it fills you up, and they tell you to tell you when it hurts, when you feel like you've got the sensation that you have to take a shit or fart. But they use clinical terms. And then you tell them, and then they backwash it, and that's when the water just goes through the tube, and you watch all this bile come out of you, and all this old fecal matter and shit. Really fascinating process. So I've had tubes up my ass, never fucking thought through things about it. But the notion of going to a proctologist and having them jam a finger up my ass while my asshole hurts as much as it does, I was like, I can't fucking do it. I was like, but I gotta talk to somebody about this, because it's weird and it hurts, and I should call my brother. Now, my brother's gay, right? So I'm like, who would know better about anal rendering than my brother, There's a dude I can talk to, and he knows a thing or two about rectal torture. So I call him up, and I'm like, hey man, you've taken many a trip up Brokeback Mountain. Can you tell me have you ever had a cut in your asshole before? And he's like, oh yeah, many times. And I was like, what do you do? And he's like, I use Desitin. And I was like, what's that? He's like, it's like the baby lotion you put on babies and stuff. I was like, yeah, really? So yeah, it promotes healing. And I was like, I've got what I feel like is a massive fucking cut in my sphincter, man. It feels like somebody slipped a knife up me. And he's like, what have you been up to, Kevin? Rough trade? And I was like, no, I don't know. I think I had a hemorrhoid that might have broke or something. I'm not quite sure. So I go and get Desitin, I put it on, didn't fucking do any good, just hurt more, burned and shit like that. And I was getting to the point where I was fearing taking a shit. Because anytime I took a shit, it would hurt coming out, and then there would be 30 seconds of non-pain, and then immediately the fucking hardcore pain would kick in, where my sphincter and my colon would start clenching and clenching and clenching, tightening up like a fucking fist, but just in this involuntary fashion. When you're taking a shit and you want to pinch to break it off because maybe it's too long or something like that. That pinch feeling, you control that pinch. You're like, pinch, and you clipped it. But this was a pinch that I had no control over. It just kept pinching, pinch from hell. And that made it hurt even worse. And so it would get to this point where I would take a shit and I would have to go lay down for 4 to 5 hours because I couldn't stand, I couldn't sit, I couldn't fucking find a position except just laying on my stomach and trying to mind over matter the fucking pain. So at the same time, I got jury duty. And I've been ducking it for a long, long time, and finally it got to the point where I couldn't duck it anymore. So I fucking show up, and I had this jury duty system where if they don't call you on the first day, that's it, you're done until, they pick you out next year or something like that, if they pick you out. So I get there and I'm like, hopefully they're not gonna not gonna call my name and shit like that, and I'll get to go home, brought a bunch of shit with me, an activity bag like this backpack, with video games, computer, porn, everything to keep me interested in case I'm trapped somewhere for a few hours. Wet wipes. And so I'm sitting there in the first crowd, they fucking pull me and 29 other people. They pull us into a jury room, the department it's called. And we all sit down, and then they start calling off our names and putting us in seats in the jury box as potential jurors. And I was juror number 3, potential juror number 3, prospective juror number 3. So the judge begins, and he just starts going through the voir dire process, where they're trying to figure out who the jury's going to be by asking them a bunch of questions, and then either counsel side can knock people off the jury if they don't think they're going to be non-biased or something like that. And I love fucking courtroom drama. Like, I'm a huge Law and Order whore, man. I watch Law and Order fucking as much as I possibly can. TiVo that shit. Any time it's on anywhere in the world, I've got a TiVo. I love Law and Order. Real life court, nothing like Law and Order. Not nearly as damn interesting, you know? I was looking for a murder case, we got a civil case. I was like, yeah. And it's not nearly like Law and Order. Like, the trial part was about 20 minutes long. And it's fucking like questions and fucking this dude's caught and they've set a trap and boom, it's done. In a real trial, like, the dude will ask the most banal questions over the course of 3 hours, and you're just like, oh, dude, lay the trap. Do fucking something, man. Like, pull a surprise witness out of your ass. Just make it entertaining, but they don't. So I'm sitting on there on the jury, and the judge is going through, and he's asking people, like, what do you do for a living? And I hate talking about what I do for a living unless I'm in a place like this where people are here to talk about what you do for a living. But generally in the real world, I don't like to talk about what I do. So I'm like, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? And he gets to me and he's just like, juror number 3, what do you do for a living? And I was like, I'm in film. And he's like, well, that's kind of broad. You have to narrow it down. What do you do in film? And I was like, I'm a writer-director. He goes, oh, you write and direct. He's going, so you must be talented. And I said, well, that really depends who you ask, Your Honor. And he chuckled, and then some people who were at the jury pool, not in the box list, but off to the jury pool, 3 girls were just like, he's talented. And the judge was like, oh, you know what he does? Like, yeah, he's funny, he's dirty too. And I was like, right on, this is gonna help my case, man, because like, somebody's recognized me, so these dudes are sitting there going like, all right, well, somebody knows this asshole, he must do something in life. Plus they said I'm dirty, so and funny, so they don't want the funny, dirty fucking dude that's few people know on the jury. Like, they want an anonymous jury of the peers and shit. So I was like, this is gonna help my case and get off. And as we keep going through voir dire, everyone else gets getting picked off around me and shit, and I ain't getting picked off at all. And they tell you to like go into the common theory is like if you go in there and tell people like, oh, I fucking hate all the races except the white man, they'll kick you off the jury. That shit don't work anymore. Like, I didn't try it, but I hear it don't work anymore. Because they're wise to it now. It's really tough to get out of the jury duty. You can't fucking just say like, I just want to blow up the entire fucking Chinese community. It just doesn't work anymore. So they get through the jury and other people get kicked off, other people get brought on. I'm still there. Juror number 3 is still fucking sitting his fat ass in the box. And it comes to this place where it's looking like, they asked this question that I really should have went another way on. They asked all the jurors, and they got to me, and they were like, have you ever used a lawyer before? Have you ever had a cause to work with a lawyer before? And what do you think of lawyers in general? So they're asking all the other people, and all the people like, fuck lawyers, burn in hell lawyers, just typical fucking anti-lawyer bullshit. And I was sitting there going, well, I'm going to go another way, because I work with a lawyer, and I like my lawyer. So, he's like, juror number 3, have you ever worked with a lawyer? I said, I got a lawyer, he closes my contracts, contract negotiation kind of stuff. And he's going, and do you like him? I said, yeah, I think he's great, he makes me a lot of money and shit. And the judge was like, all right, fair enough, and moves on and shit. Then it comes out that what we're overseeing is a case of one lawyer suing another lawyer over a contract dispute. So I've just told them, like, I like lawyers, and I know a thing or two about contract negotiation, so neither lawyer wants to kick me off the fucking jury. I'm like, God damn it. So the judge comes down, he's like, before I lock the jury, I'm going to ask you if you guys have anything to say that might be useful information for either opposing counsels. Anything that you feel they should know that they may want to reconsider you as a jurist. And I'm like, this is my moment. Like, if I'm going to do it, I got to do it now. So I raised my hand, he's like, juror number 3. And I said, Your Honor, I have a crippling hemorrhoid right now. So I hate everybody. was like, fair enough. Jury's locked. And I was like, fuck. So for the first day, right away the trial begins, and you're sitting on these hard, fucking terrible, uncomfortable chairs that make these chairs look comfortable and shit. Tight in a fucking box, listening to droning fucking testimony. The woman who was suing the other lawyer was from Romania, and her lawyer representing her was her ex-husband, who was also Romanian. So at first I was like, hey, this could get kind of sexy, you know? Like, her ex is repping her, and they're European, like, you know, maybe they'll fall in love again or something. Right here on the trial. Some kind of shit you'd see in a fucking Sandy Bullock picture. But it's just droning fucking accent the whole time, going, tell us where you live, tell us your address. Yes, and how long have you lived there? Yes, and where are you employed? And it was just like listening to Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking interrogate somebody. But yet nobody's getting shot, you know? So it's droning going on and on and on, and my asshole fucking hurts like a motherfucker. And I keep leaning over to my right and left to try to find a cheek where it fucking feels okay to sit. And juror number 2 is like, get off me, you know? I'm like, I'm sorry, my hemorrhoid. She's like, I heard. So day 2 is more of the same. Sitting on that fucking jury gets no more interesting. My asshole's really hurting insanely bad at this point. And I decide, like, day 3 I'm gonna bring a pillow because I can barely sit in the jury box anymore. Day 3 rolls around and I discovered that if I didn't take a shit in the morning, I didn't hurt as much. Because what happened was I would take a shit, and for the next 4 or 5 hours I'd be out of commission. So I was shitting before I left the house, and then sitting in the jury box, and I couldn't fucking sit, it was hurting. So I just didn't eat like the night before, so that morning I didn't have to take a shit. So I was sitting in the jury box like a natural man. You know, it didn't hurt so much. I was actually starting to get involved in the case, picking out who I was gonna vote for, you know? Just didn't need to hear all the testimony. I was just like, that dude looked shady to me. You know, I was just suddenly kind of more involved. Then we break for lunch, and I didn't eat, but I went out to get a cigarette. And the thing with me and cigarettes is cigarettes are my trigger. I don't know what it is, if it's the same for everybody else. Some people drink coffee, and it makes them have to take a shit. It must be the effect of a carcinogen on smooth muscle tissue, because the moment I take a puff of a cigarette, my body's like, we gotta shit right now. Let's go, we gotta drop the kids off at the pool. So I had this cigarette outside, and all of a sudden I felt all the motion going. I was like, oh my God, I gotta take a shit. And then I was like, well, wait, what do I want to do? Because we're back in court in 10 minutes, back in session. I could try to hold it, but then it's gonna hurt more because I got a colon full of fucking shit. And it's gonna rub up against whatever's fucking going on down in my colon, because now this